It's nice to see people coming in here and observing what is going on here. I will, however, point out that there should be no noises off, no comments, no shouting, no negativity at all. The idea of a planning committee is to approach an application and discuss it, listening to arguments that are based on planning, law, and our regulations. I appreciate that particularly amongst objectors, there is emotion and often anger, and there is certainly passion. However, in this committee, there is none of this. In this committee, I'm afraid we will sit down and we will look and listen to all that is said to us, and then we will come to a reasonable conclusion. So with that in mind, I will open this meeting. We start off with item 1, which is apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Hannaford, and everybody else appears to be present. Right, item 2, we're now moving on to the minutes. The minutes have been circulated to you, and I'm inviting comments. Councillor Jobson.
Actually, no, Chair. I emailed you about it. I think it's a significant omission in the minutes, and that is if you look at page 7 at the bullet points, it does not mention that a member, don't need to name me, but a member sought to move additional conditions but was advised that this was not permitted unless the recommendation fell, at which point I could. And I think that should be minuted because it was a significant feature of the debate that followed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jobson, at the time I made a ruling not to allow that amendment at that particular point in the conversation. This was because, in my opinion, it substantially altered the application and needed to be considered as a separate amendment. And as I explained at the time, that I wanted us to discuss the motion as proposed and a vote on it. And if it fell, then you would be immediately invited to do it there. If you wish that to be recorded in the minutes in that manner, then that is.
I find it intriguing that you knew that the conditions I wanted to propose would substantially alter the recommendation, because I had never mentioned them. But anyway, if that is minuted, then that covers the point.
Okay. Do you want to make a comment here? No. Okay. So that's the Okay. So that if you wouldn't mind amending the minutes to say that.
I've written some words down, which if you want me to read them.
If you wouldn't mind, yes, please.
So another bullet point on page 7. So just above the recommendations moved. Okay. One member sought to move additional conditions, but was advised that this was not permitted unless the recommendation fell.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I accept that alteration to the minutes.
So
I'm now going to ask the members if they agree with that alteration. Sorry.
So okay, what we're advising.
So the advice is that the alteration should show that a member requested an amendment to the application, and this was not allowed at that point in the debate.
No, the important point is it was an amendment to the conditions. It was not an amendment to the substantive application. It was to the conditions attached to that, and that to me is the important difference.
So, without prolonging it, the debate that you had was around changing the condition, which was the application and the description of developments in the application. That's why the so we're happy.
I never was able to read out the amended conditions.
But we're happy that the minutes do record that you requested an amendment.
I'm not altogether happy with that, because it is quite difficult.
requested an amendment to the application.
So the proposal before you is that the minutes are amended with that wording that a member requested an amendment to the application. Do I have a seconder for that? I have a seconder from Councillor Mitchell. I'm asking the committee, do you accept that alteration into the record? Can you please indicate with a show of hands?
Make the minutes suitable for approval.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's those against? Abstentions from 2, and there was a councillor not present at that meeting. So, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm now moving on to item number 3, declarations of interest. Councillors are reminded the need that they must disclose any, they must declare any disclosable pecuniary interest in relation to the matters on the agenda today. And I ask if any members of the committee wish to make that declaration. Don't see any. Okay, thank you. We're now moving on to item number 4. This is Access to Information Act, the exclusion of press and public. I feel that this is a matter which is very much in the public interest and should be discussed in public, and so I don't wish to make any recommendation that we exclude press and public. Everybody in agreement? Thank you. Okay. We're now moving on to item 5. This is planning application 22-1145 full at Havenbanks Retail Park in Havenbanks, Exeter. I'm inviting the officers to make a joint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Should say there is an update sheet. It records additional submission on behalf of the applicant, which has been added to the website. I understand it's been sent to councillors. Also to report a verbal update of the further presentations being received on behalf of the Havenbanks Residents Group. Again, there's been a link to that's been put on the website, and I understand that was sent directly to members as well. So the application and description is on the board. Essentially, it's a residentially led mixed-use development, 4 buildings of 2 to 6 stories. The residential element comprising 184 co-living units and 239 flats. The site is 1.7 hectares. It stretches from Havenbanks, and you can see it outlined in red on the slide on the screen. So, I'll be familiar with the area. Havenbanks is the road that loops around the north and around the northeast of the site. Water Lane abuts the site on the southwest side. It's currently a retail park with a number of empty retail units and the bowling alley, which is still operating. So this site is perhaps a little handy if people understand. As you can see on the north side, it's very close to the canal basin. It sits behind the electricity generating building on Havenbanks. The car park wraps around behind, and the large roof of the current retail building is seen there, and the car park which serves the retail use. But as with the retail units, that's largely underused. You can see within that car park a number of trees that show well in the overhead view, and you can see the surrounding development, which is predominantly retail. Predominantly residential to the north, west, and south, and more mixed use to the east and northeast, where it joins the Gas Terracina and the canal basin. So the site is allocated for regeneration. It's part of the Water Lane regeneration area, and it's part of an existing and emerging local plan policy as detailed in the report. Just some of the highlights of policy constraints to say the whole area is subject to flood zone, within flood zone 3. There is no historic flooding of this site, and it is raised slightly higher than the land to the west. The blue hatch you can see is the conservation area, which includes the canal basin and includes the electricity generating building, which is adjacent to the site. The electricity generating building, the climbing centre, is locally listed And as I say, you can see the green dots of trees that are covered by a tree preservation order. There are 16 shown there. There are 15 actually on site. One was removed before 2012. Some of those trees are being removed, and we'll look at that in more detail. This is a plan showing the layout of the site. It's the tree plan, but it also shows in grey the existing building and in blue the outline of the proposed buildings. You can see the trees in red are proposed to be removed. So there are 16 trees being removed. 11 of those are trees that are subject to tree preservation order. There are some on the boundary with the back of Stream Court properties which are retained, as are a number of trees which are not covered by the TPO on that boundary being retained. An amendment to the scheme also includes one of the trees on Haven Road on the bend, inside the bend next to number 78 Haven Road being retained there, and trees on the cycle lane which links Haven Banks through to the Haven Banks car park are also retained, with one being removed. So some views around. So we're looking from the other side of the river, looking back towards the canal basin. You can see the electricity generating building. You can see the waterside development and the low part of the electricity generating building, the two-storey part, which is the switchgear building. And between there's a gap, and you can see a line of sight back towards properties on Diamond Road. Just to move around the site, you're looking again from Shillhay. You're looking directly towards Diamond Road, where you can see the bowling alley and the apex of the entrance to it there. And some of you just looking towards the southern part of the site, looking up Haven Road, but also into Stream Court. It's the canal basin you'll be familiar with in the background. You can see the electricity building and the two-storey. The element with the blocked up windows is an addition to it that was created to house electrical switchgear. And between that and the waterside development, the red building, you can see through to Diamond Road, back to Diamond Road. Moving around the site, there's some Haven Banks. This is a residential building called the Coolings, which is an extension to the alignment of the electricity generating building. Pitch roof, 4 stories and raised balconies of note. You can see the retail building in the red brick behind it to the left. Looking at the back of the Coolings, which will face into the site, and you can see the wall that encloses the rear yard of the Coolings and the windows that face back towards the site, with the existing retail building in the red brick on the left. This is within the service yard, which is accessed, the existing service yard, the retail use, which is accessed from Water Lane. On the right, you can see the boundary to the properties in Chandler's Walk. You can see the expanse of that and the boundary fences, which are open to access at the moment. This is from the back and down the service yard, looking back down towards Water Lane. See the rear service, and again the rear of Chandler's Walk. This is down the cycle path as if you're approaching from the car parks back towards Haven Banks. You can see buildings of Maritime Court on the right, and the site on the left. You can see the red brick of the existing retail building, the white of the Coolings, and the sort of buff colour brick of the Coolings gable there. And you can see the footpath is illuminated by street lights, but there isn't a great deal of surveillance of that at the moment. So looking from within Chandler's Walk, you can see the retail building, the circular window between existing residential. And at the other end of Chandler's Walk, again, you can see between the residential buildings there, the rear of the existing retail building. It's a view along Water Lane, looking towards the northwest, and you can see the red brick in the very centre of the photo, which is the existing site. And this is just a closer up of the entrance to the site. So entrance to the car park, buildings residential, 2-story, 3-story on Water Lane. So this is within the site. Notice the high degree of tarmacking. The site is almost completely tarmacked or built on. It's hard surfaced. The trees on the boundary are very much encroached on by the surface of the car park and the curb line on that side. Just again, looking from within the car park to the end of Diamond Road, you can see the boundary fence, trees that are supposed to be retained in that location. Just looking from within the car park onto properties on the north side of Diamond Road. The tree on the right hand side is the tree that is now supposed to be retained. See the nature of those properties, terrace properties, 2-storey facing back towards the boundary. So looking on Diamond Road, 2-storey Victorian era, and the existing bowling alley in the background. That's again in Hayden Banks. You can see the retained tree is the one in the centre of the photograph, next to number 78, and the trees actually on the left on the frontage are supposed to be removed. There were 7 trees along that frontage, 4 of those are covered by the TPO. This is the moment where we mentioned the switchgear building, 2 stories. This is an extension to the electricity generating building, which contains switchgear. That and the space in the foreground of this front photo in the site are constrained by electrical infrastructure above the ground, but also the rights of access to it. So that is one of the reasons the space and the buildings in that part of the site are set out in the way that you'll see them, is by the constraints that of the electrical infrastructure. Let's look at the back of the former electricity generator building, the climbing centre with the fire escape from the first floor. Again, that needs to get clear, and there are rights of access to it. So just a last slide, you got the back of the switchgear building. It's not covered by the local listing of the main building for reasons that are obvious when you look at it. It's much later and it isn't an attractive site. And you can see back through what you see from the public space within the site back towards Piazza Terracina and the waterside development on the left. Mark.
Thank you, Howard. So I'm going to take you into the proposals now, but before we do that, just some historical slides, because I think it's important as we're exploring what direction a place will take. We should look back at where the story of where it came from. So this is the earliest map which I could find, with the basin fairly newly completed, 1830. I think the basin was added to the canal, which is much earlier. You can see the red outline approximately of the site. The map didn't allow an absolutely accurate representation of that. But this side of the river was largely still agricultural, rural. And at this point, there were allotments on the site we're looking at. Here the allotments have gone, and we see Diamond Road appearing for the first time, and the electricity generating building. It's in this image twice the width of the current building, because the rear half of it got demolished. That's where the boilers and the steam generating machinery were. You can see that further over on the left of this image, there are still nurseries. That's where Isker Road is, etc. This heralds a transformation of this part of the town into an industrial area, facilitated by the railway, which you can see, and is now, of course, the cycleway and pedestrian route, which Howard referred to. But you can see engineering works and the electrical generating facility itself, and other types of industry. So that's what it looked like, complete with an enormous chimney before that was demolished. It was supplied with coke, so it was a fossil fuel burning power station, basically, before its demise. So the industrial character of this Water Lane area is obviously now in a post-industrial phase, and we're looking to find new uses here, new ways of using the land effectively. And as it says in national and local policy, we've got to really make the optimum use of brownfield sites, and especially here, where it's in such a sustainable place to live, where everything is at hand, and it doesn't involve transport to get to essential needs, etc. So the existing character, as I think you'll have picked up from Howard's descriptions, is fairly negative. But there are substantial buildings close to the site which can set a precedent for the sort of scale and massing which might be appropriate here, given that we're trying to make the best use of this site as possible. But to turn back to the negatives, clearly we've got some uses here which have gone past their usefulness, and really they're out of centre retail and leisure uses which we wouldn't really think to allocate sites like this to anymore. There's priority, as you've seen, given to the cars over pedestrians and cycles. There's hardly any public realm on the site at the moment. There's very poor relationships to Water Lane, to the rear of the buildings on Haven Road, the locally listed building, and to the pedestrian cycle route. It's simply a wall. So what happens with all of this is that it creates a sense of insecurity, and there's really a lack of personal safety on the site, because there's very limited natural surveillance and no active nighttime uses. There are the existing trees, of course, but otherwise there's very low landscape quality on the site. And you can move across the site, of course, through the car park, but it's a fairly unattractive prospect. Clearly, there are vacant buildings. So there are a lot of things which currently are negative about the present situation. Now, I'm going to use this slide to orientate us and to name some of the components of the development. So here in the foreground, at the front of the slide, you can see that is Block A. There are 3 blocks, A, B, C, and D. That's Block A, and that's apartments. And you can see that it's brought forward to line the curve of Haven Road. Block B is really replacing the demolished part of the generating building. That sits just behind it there, rectangular block. And then C is the one in the furthest distance. It's the largest of the blocks. That's a build to rent development. And then Block D is really 2 blocks joined together by a lower section in the centre. So that's to the right there of Block C. So I hope you've got a grasp of those names, because we'll be referring back to them as we go. On this slide also, I would like to point out that on Block C, it's the tallest block as well, because it does in 2 locations go up to 6 stories, although those higher parts are set back from the parapet, which is the general height of the block. But we've been calling those lanterns, and you can see there's one on the corner nearest to us here, and then the corner which is presenting to Water Lane. So it is not a continuous 6th story, it occurs just in those 2 locations. Right. So this is the view that a seagull will get, but we're not seagulls, we're human beings. And so what I'd like to do is show you what the real experience of the scheme will be. And I'm going to walk you in from the 3 entry points. First of all, we're going to go in from the top, from Water Lane, and walk down the main avenue there. And then we'll go in at the bottom of the slide here, past Block A, and we'll always end up where the 3 streets meet. You see, they make a Y shape. So we'll be ending up in the centre of the scheme on each journey. But let me say just something more about the movement pattern before we look at those. there is now a way of getting from the core of the site onto the pedestrian and cycleway. So we've got a Y-shaped arrangement, which means that you can do a loop into the scheme from Piazza Terracina and back out again, or you can use the site to traverse from Water Lane to Haven Road. So it's a very strong movement pattern, and it's entirely car-free. So all those streets are for pedestrians and cycles, but it is possible that emergency vehicles get up there, but only emergency vehicles if there was an incident. So it does have a very sustainable pattern of movement associated with the blocks that you're seeing. So let's begin and walk from Water Lane. This is the new gateway into the scheme. This will be experienced by people who are travelling to the key area and Haven Banks by bus, because the bus stops would allow people to get out in Water Lane and then pass through the site. Here you can see that there are new trees planted, some trees which actually address Water Lane, which they don't currently do very successfully. So we'll be passing between these two buildings. You can see that the general height on the left is 4-storey with a setback at roof level. The animation of the roof is worth noting. I think it's quite attractive. And on the right-hand side, we've got 5 stories, and you can see the lantern, which is again set back. Moving on into the site, this is the heart of the street, which connects across the site. And I'd like to point out what we call an enclosure ratio. So the height of the street relative to its width is the enclosure ratio. And here we've got just over 1:1, which is regarded as a very satisfactory sort of street. That gives a feel to the street. We perceive that in this image. But I would also like to point out that it's also about shelter. So in winter storms, then you're going to feel more protected. A microclimate exists in a street of that sort of proportion. And in the summer, indeed, there is shade, which is becoming much more important in urban environments given climate change. So it's about aesthetics, certainly, but it's also about making microclimates within the site. You can also see the gap between the 2 blocks which constitute Block D on the left-hand side. And then if we look across the street from that gap, you'll see the other entrance, which is to the building to rent scheme. And you'll see the architects have indented that portion of the scheme to mark the entrance. The entrance is a generous 2-storey portico there, which I think is appropriate given the scale of the building. You also see other articulations which the architects are dealing. They've got the balconies to either side of that feature. And then at the far end, and indeed at the end we've just passed, the shape of the building has been modified in order to make a sort of knuckle on the corner, again to break down the mass of the building. You can see there's different materials deployed, so that the upper story here is recessive. It's a darker, I think, quite an attractive zinc. It's a sort of fish scale cladding, so not the rather crude standing seams which we see everywhere. We see the base also given a different material treatment. So there's really quite a lot going on in the architecture. And although it is a large building, I think it's been handled with skill. Here we are arriving at our destination, which is the heart of the scheme, where the 3 routes come together. And that's the first look at Block B, which is the stop vista at the end of your route. It's fairly plain, but here we're having to respect the generating building. It works with the generating building, and I think it has an appropriate modesty so that the historic building can be properly appreciated. You can see here that we get more trees, and I'll talk more about the landscape perhaps in more detail, but there are different characters to the landscape as you progress through the scheme. So that seems to me to be an attractive feature given the length of the route. Okay, the next way into the site is from Piazza Terracina or Haven Road. And there we see Block A, which is this slender block which hugs the back of pavement as Haven Road bends around. So not rendered, but that's the switchgear building for the generating building on the left there. And we enter the site by going through the gap between Block A and it. But I would also like to highlight the fact that on the ground floor, we've got an active use. So there's obviously residential above, but there is a unit there which addresses Haven Road, but also turns the corner and guides you in, invites you into the heart of the scheme. And that's it on the right now as we look into the site. And immediately the vista opens up and there are more active uses visible in the distance there. As Howard explained, this part of the site is really constrained because of the amount of kit which is in the ground, which must stay. And so planting and other features are in pots really on top of the hard landscape. But there's a lot of effort going on to humanize that space and to make it attractive. I think they've done a fairly good job. That's the end of Block B you can see on the left-hand side there. So if we look back at Block A, having gone a little bit further in, you can see that there are altogether possibly 4 different units at ground floor level activating that space. It's probable that some will be combined to make larger units, but it depends on what comes forward. But that should animate that area very successfully. And then we look into the center of the site, and that's the junction of the 3 routes in the middle distance there. And you can see further activity on the left. On the right-hand side, that glazed portion there, that's the management suite for the development. And so that will be occupied 24 hours. And you know, I think people feel very safe walking through this as a member of the public. Final route in is from the pedestrian cycle link, the former railway line. And as Howard pointed out, there's very little natural surveillance at the moment over that route. And so vulnerable people, I would imagine, won't feel entirely comfortable about using it at the moment. But Block C overlooks that route and provides more safety, therefore. We turn the corner and move into the site. On the right-hand side, we can't really see it here, but there is a dedicated area for children's play with a trampoline in it. And we can move on in, and here we are again at the central junction of the 3 routes. On the left here, the glazed apertures on the left, they allow people to see into the gym, which is part of Block C. So that will again animate the space and be another useful component in the public realm. This is how it appears on Water Lane. This is looking up from the south. There is a step up, but it's going to be an important place to head for if you want to then cut across to the key area. And so it helps with the legibility of the city that we can recognise this new route. Looking from the other direction, then you can see that the streetscape steps up as it reaches the site, and I don't think there's anything wrong in taking it up another level. This is I should explain what verified views are. They are very accurate representations of what it will actually be like. And so there's a whole process by which they're produced. This was of interest to us, of course, but also to Historic England, who inspected it. I might say that I've been supporting Howard in the negotiations, and we've come a very long way with this scheme. And part of that was in reducing the silhouette of this. Let me just get up and point. In an earlier version, there was a plant in this area here on the roof, and we successfully got them to relocate that. But you can see in this image that the precious skyline, the horizon of the Holden Hills, etc., is not interrupted. And indeed, the intermediate horizon is also intact. So this is one of the lanterns, and then the other lantern is in the distance there. The view from Colleton Crescent, of course, is an iconic one. And then the other view, which we thought we'd show you, is from the quayside, so at ground level. And you can see it is visible, but it is not committing any significant harm to the sort of skyline which already exists. So I'll go back to these seagull eye views to explain and describe the scale, height and massing some more. Block A began as a much more expansive block, which took up most of the site, in fact, and approached the rear of Diamond Road properties. But Howard and I managed to encourage the developers to think of it more as this edge building, so dragging the massing towards Haven Road, which made it more slender and more appropriate. You can see that the height and scale of Block B there is more or less the same as the generating building, and that seems acceptable. Blocks C and D, the main bulk of them are set at a good distance from the rear of properties, but where parts of them approach the boundary at closer quarters, then they begin to step down in scale. We'll see that on the other side as well. So in fact, the distance, the intervisibility distances which protect the privacy of existing residents are as prescribed or better than in the residential design SPD, which wasn't actually written for a site like this. It was really constructed for suburban development on the edge of the city, but it still complies. If we move around, this is the seagull view from Water Lane. And again, you can see this is now the relationship between Block C and Chandler's Walk. So again, you can see the buildings dropping down in scale, and again around the corner there where they get closer. But I think Howard will describe this in more detail, but I think we've got a 40-metre dimension from the rear of properties there to the windows which are looking in that direction. There's the view from more or less the north, and you can see Block D with Block C beyond. And finally, the view from the east. You see here the balconies on Block C, which take up the geometry of the surrounding development here, whereas the main facade corresponds to the alignment of the railway. But there's so much more natural surveillance over that public route. It should be a massive improvement in terms of personal safety there. Howard.
Thank you. This is the ground floor layout of the site. So Mark's talked about access. It's worth putting out the red line. The application site includes part of the highway on Haven Road by Piazza Terracina. The proposal is to traffic calm that area and create a raised table and create surfacing changes to make the flow of pedestrians from this site into Piazza Terracina better, but also as vehicles move along Haven Banks, that they realise they're going into a more pedestrianised space, and they have that change signalled by the surfacing levels. The detail of that will be secured through a Section 278 agreement with the County Council, so it is highway land. Mark talks about the circulation routes to the site, how they're pedestrianised. At the moment, you've got a car park entrance on Haven Banks, which is moved, that will be servicing for the retail units on that frontage, but that will reduce vehicle movements in and out of the site at that point. You've got the flow of pedestrians through the site and the route that's created through landscape, well overlooked spaces. The corollary of that is on the outside of the buildings, on the outside of the site, where you have residential boundaries, which are currently open to the public because the car parking on the back of Diamond Road, on Stream Court, and through the service area, which isn't gated at the moment, at the back of Chandler's Walk. You will have secured areas with private spaces as part of this development. You can see the sort of limey green blobs are retained trees here, and the dark green blobs are new trees. So in total, there are 16 trees being removed and 26 larger opportunities for trees, but then taking into account all the other smaller tree planting, there's 107 trees in total. One of the aspects at the moment, you saw the service yard and the existing development onto the back of Chandler's Walk, how that's very austere, hard surface, no landscaping. This layout brings in some tree planting along to that boundary, not only right along the boundary in the car parking spaces, which are arranged in that yard adjacent to the boundary, but also you've then got a set of private gardens associated with Block C, which has planting in it as well. So that side of the site will be softened. We've got residential parking, 32 spaces in total, including 5 car club spaces on the south east boundary of the site, access from Water Lane only. So we talked about the public externals on basis of Block C. Also, at the back of Block D, there's an external space, a ground level garden there. Block D is the co-living block. You'll see the individual blue units arranged there, and centrally there is a series of amenity spaces, both very large workspace and lounge, but also smaller rooms off it that can be used by residents. Mark's mentioned the management suite, which is in lime green at the top of that block on the ground floor, providing management of the site, which will be useful in how those spaces are maintained, how deliveries are coordinated, and so on. Also, with the co-living block, there are 3 smaller rooms, but the vast majority of those rooms are 20 square meters. They're also arranged to have a kitchen, diner, and a lounge space on each part of the building. So Mark talks about how that Block D was divided into 2 parts by the central space. So on each side of the building, on each floor, there is then a kitchen, diner, and a lounge provided for those residents. They are in smaller groups and are more likely to use those spaces. We feel this is a very good example of how co-living can be laid out. We talked about flood risk at the beginning. At the moment, the site is not subject to flood risk. It is in flood-prone 3A. It is protected. As the effects of climate change are taken into account over the 100-year design life of the building, the threat of the flood risk increases. The site resists flood risk in 2 ways. One, it raises up the floor level of all the residential elements of the site to be out of that flood risk. So there is safe refuge within the buildings. The landscaping is all raised up and connects the blocks B, C, and D together at a raised level, so there can be movement between them out of the floodplain. And provision is made for a future link to a flood escape route, a strategic route that the City Council are working on the detail of, but essentially will take residents out from that raised central space to the cycle pedestrian route through to what's now Haven Banks car park and beyond, into a strategic escape route to serve the whole of development in the Water Lane area, which we are seeking to bring forward through the emerging Exeter plan. So just going up one level in the site, the Block D, which is the co-living, you can see the central space has a garden on the roof that has a raised wall designed as a sloped roof at the back, but protect the privacy and stream court. You can also see how the corridors are arranged with the kitchen, diners, and lounges on each floor. The lounges are actually on the corners of the curved sections of the building you saw in the 3D images. So there should be good activity on those corners, good surveillance, and just the sight of things going on in the buildings. There are at this level some co-living units quite near the boundary that have dual aspect windows. We're not happy about the privacy from those particular windows. So there was a condition in the recommendation to make sure those secondary windows are obscure glazed. Each of those rooms, the window in the northwest elevation is a secondary window, so it don't affect. I think that affects the living conditions of occupiers. It does protect the neighbours. In the block C, which is the reds and oranges, you can see how the corridors are broken up in the upper floor levels. People are directed towards stair cores, and there have been a series of dual aspect apartments brought in that span the building, and apartments on the corners, which are dual aspect for virtue of being on the corners. The block is a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bed units. Something I forgot to talk about on the ground floor. I want to talk about cycle parking. So block C on the ground floor has got, you can see the cycle parking. We've got cycle routes coming into the heart of the site, and the cycle parking is provided in cycle spaces either side of the front door. And again, towards the eastern end of that building, at an access core there is cycle parking right at the entrance door. The co-living block has it in the rear space behind the management unit in a large cycle store there. They're provided 1-for-1 in the co-living block, which exceeds our cycle parking standards for that type of accommodation. There is also a large and outsized bike store separately from the main bike store as part of block D. Cycle parking is provided in the landscaping for visitors. There is also a cycle hire scheme on the cycle footway, cycle route on the eastern boundary of the site. As you go up through the building, you see the parts that are nearest the boundary of neighbours, those shown in 3Ds, those step back. Elements of roof terrace that are not accessible, that are given over to green roof, are created with elements of balcony where they're flats, but they're always set back from the edges of the parts that come nearest the boundary. At ground floor, most of the units have private external space, including the co-living units on the ground floor on the frontages that help animate central space. And I'll talk about the balconies on the element overlooking the cycle path. The cycle path on the east, you can see it's the triangular forms. Just progress up through the top floor of the building. And Mark talks about the lanterns. You can see the last remaining parts. These covered in yellow and red, they are the only elements that are at a 6th floor. So they are divided in the middle on block C. They're only on block C. They are set back within the roof, back from the facades. This is a roof plan, so you can see the green. You can see the elements of green roof shaded light green. There are zones for solar panels on block D, on block A, and on block C. Mark talks about the removal of plant from that roof, and that's been incorporated in the 4th floor on block C, where it's taken off the roof, has been moved down into the building. There's 2 effects. One is to take it out of those views of the rooftops across the city. The other is enclosing it in the building reduces noise, gives better noise protection from plant. So the buildings, by virtue of redevelopment of a site that is currently largely open and doesn't overshadow, doesn't provide any shading of existing neighbouring dwellings, and allows them to have very good direct access to sunlight. These blocks will, in places, reduce sunlight reaching gardens and buildings. There is an analysis presented in the report on page 52 to talk you through where there are impacts. In terms of light to buildings, diffuse light in buildings, which is a good measure of what it will feel like to occupy them. There are a series of instances where there are minor adverse impacts. So those are some of the buildings on the back of Street Court that have had very good direct sunlight, which will be reduced. That will be noticeable. The effect will be minor adverse, but the light levels in those buildings will still be, we think, acceptable and give a good standard of amenity. The two that are moderately affected, and that's two areas. One is the Greenford Villas, the flats on Water Lane. Some of the lights to the front windows will be moderately adverse affected, but there's light to the front of those buildings only. And number 1, Diamond Road, there is a moderate adverse impact on light there. That is already north facing, so it is reducing the light level, but it is to those units. In terms of light to gardens, again, some of the properties on Street Court will see a reduction. The south facing, there's an open aspect, they will see a reduction too, but that will be a reduction still to meet the BRE, the Buildings Research Establishment measure of what is considered adequate lighting. So half the garden getting 2 hours of light on the 21st of March, being the spring equinox. So achieving that means that by BRE standard, it is adequate levels of lighting. There is one property where the impact will be greater than that, and that's on the garden at 14 Maritime Court on the east side of the site. It's already northwest facing. The level of light will be reduced in the evening by the Block C. Again, that is one dwelling where the garden, the impacts on the garden space are more significantly adverse. Those are harms which we do need to weigh and give weight to in considering the application. We have the elevations, which are the listed plans in the conditions attached to the recommendation. These show the images you see in 3D, just to highlight the back of the south side of Block A at the back there, which is the elevation facing properties on the north side of Diamond Road. So it doesn't have windows close to the boundary, and where there are windows in the elements a step further back, they are beyond the 22-metre distance, even at the closest point. So they do achieve privacy, and they are largely either frosted windows or corridors, or windows on the very left as secondary windows to living spaces. So elevations of Block B. The rear of Block B is that top elevation, very blank, which faces towards the electricity generating building. It is stood off that building to give a gated service corridor behind, and service access to the retail units, and cycle access to cycle stores that integrated the building, and bid stores come along that service line. On the bottom you can see the separation from the electricity generating building. There is, as you'll see in the report, some shading of the roof of the electricity generating building, and there will be some loss of generation to the solar panels. The applicant is in discussion with the city council as owner of that building regarding compensatory measures could be agreed. And again, that is something to give weight to in a decision. These are the elevations of Block C along Main Street from the rear. Projected flat, you don't see the articulation in these as you do in the 3D images. This is again the Water Lane frontage, Blocks B on the left and C on the right, as you go the access through it to the street. And these elevations of Block C, at the top end of the site. You can see it in relation to the coolings and the electricity generating building on the right hand side of the top image, and the way that it steps up from a 4-storey, 5-storey building at its closest point to the 6 floors with the recessed lanterns beyond. Sections through the building, and elevations of Block D, sections through Block D. The rear of Block D. So these are some key sections through the site, showing how the buildings step up and away as they step back from the building. So you've got Diamond Road at the top and bottom, showing how the Block A steps away, and it maintains the privacy distances from windows in Diamond Road. Sections across the entire site from Street Court across to Chandler's Walk. So this is a section through the centre of Block D on the top, where you can see the single story element with the roof garden on top, and how a raised section protects the privacy in Street Court. And on the bottom, you've got the full section through the full height of those buildings. And again, you can see how the privacy at the closest point is preserved. We felt the proximity to the boundary of the first floor was such that co-living unit shouldn't have a window. It is not obscure glaze, where it's close to the boundary, even though it's 22 metres away from the main building in Street Court. Proximity to the boundary, we felt warranted that that should be obscure glazed. And as Mark pointed out, on the Chandler's Walk side, you've got a 40 metre separation to the main building from the main building of Block C. And top you see the relationship with Maritime Court and Block C, and the distances there. Buildings being set at an angle to each other. And street elevations through. Again, this is not the one on top. These are not elevations you see directly, because it is within the streetscape.
Can you speak up a little? We can't hear anything from you guys. All right.
Apologies.
All right.
Apologies, not close enough to the microphone.
Thank you.
So this is the on the top here is a section through the site looking onto the Block B in the centre, which is on the back of the electricity generator building, and on the left there you've got the back of Block A, which faces toward the rear of properties on Diamond Road. And below that you've got the Haven Road elevation with Block A on the right hand side and the electricity building in beige in the centre.
Okay, we're nearly there. This is my final contribution. Just wanted to explain that Howard and I have been negotiating hard with the developers, and we've been using the livable Exeter principles as the basis for doing so. Those same principles are within the emerging SPD, which is a development framework and design code for the wider Water Lane area. That design code was inspired by the livable Exeter principles, but also drew on precedents, such as you may recognise some of the members of the committee will recognise Wapping Wharf in Bristol, which we visited quite recently, and has a very similar scale and massing to the proposals. So I'm just going to very quickly, not in any detail, take you through the livable Exeter principles, which I'm expecting you might be familiar with. But there's these 7 ideas which might be transformative for the sort of development which we hope to see in Exeter in the future. And it is true to say, I think, that this scheme is the closest we've come to achieving them so far. So it will be interesting to see if you think that's been successful. The first principle is memorable places. I referred to the way in which Block A has transformed during the process of negotiation. And I think what we're now presented with in this view, top right, is really quite a slender and elegant presentation. And it will act as a gateway to this part of the town. In front of it is the retained tree, and in that area is an area which will be available for residents of the block. But I think it will be really quite an eye-catching building. We're normally presented with proposals for quite lumpy buildings, but here we've got something quite elegant, and I think it's quite encouraging. If we look at the lower picture, then I would like to commend the architectural handling again. You've seen this image before, but you can see how on the left-hand side, that building has a horizontal emphasis. It works particularly nicely with these curved corners to the building, where the windows wrap around and drag you into the scheme. And then on the right, there's a counterpoint with some vertical emphasis. But although each building has its own identity, its own character, they borrow materials across from one to the other. And so I think, as I've tried to explain there, it will be a group of individual buildings, but then they'll hang together as a family. And so the whole development will feel like it is has some coherence. The other memorable place, which we shouldn't forget, is Piazza Terracina. It's an existing place, but it should be strengthened by the arrival of this development if it's built. Howard explained the practical improvements which are going to be achieved by contributions, but the better facilitation of routes to that square means that there'll be greater footfall, greater vitality actually in Terracina. And indeed, some people will be crossing Terracina in order to get some of the facilities here. Also, of course, there's a greater population going to be created, which will be a new clientele. Outstanding quality really refers to the performance of the buildings in terms of sustainability and greenness, and it's really scoring very, very well across all levels. And particularly, I mean, it's such a low car development, it will be a terrific project to achieve if that can succeed. There's a mix of uses, so it really has all the elements of being a highly sustainable prospect. In terms of welcoming neighbourhoods, this is about making sure that residents can have everything at hand within walking or cycling distance. And of course, building here on this brownfield site, those things are in place already. And so there is much which is within reach. But then through contributions, again, there's going to be key investment, particularly in health and education, to make sure things are not overloaded. And then the two images on the right are from the development framework for the water lane area. Of course, that's not this scheme, which you're determining now. But I would like to point out that there's going to be more neighbourhood facilities arriving as part of that. In particular, there is a new neighbourhood centre here around a green space. There's going to be a major mobility hub next to it, and in the plan is a primary school also on the other side of the space, coupled with the usual things which you might expect in a neighbourhood centre, such as shops and indeed primary healthcare, hopefully a GP service there. And so that, when it comes along, will be an asset for both the new residents and the existing residents. Spaces for people and wildlife is another livable Exeter principle. Because the existing quality of the environment there is so poor, it's largely tarmac and hard roofs, then the biodiversity net gain here will be as high as 24%. Whereas the national recommended target is about 10% at the moment, although it's not mandatory. So that's a huge improvement. It also scores well on urban greening, and we've talked about replacement and additional tree planting. These things are really important in the future because we're going to need to make sure that spaces in cities are cooled rather than anything else. So the urban cooling of this place will be an important factor. And what we're creating here, I think, in this image is a safe and attractive route with play opportunities scattered along it and places for people to interact and meet with each other. I think it would be a very sociable environment, the public realm in this development. So Active Streets is about promoting walking and cycling. We've already covered that already, but I've also mentioned the landscape qualities of the public realm. just to confirm where the non-residential uses are. They're on the link between Piazza Terracina and that meeting place of the routes which I described. From there, then things get quieter in more residential frontages. But it's in this area here where the public realm is really activated, which is likely to be the busiest area. And then Active Streets is also about promotion of public transport. And so clearly there's good access to the bus stops on Water Lane, which has a good bus service from the Park and Ride and elsewhere. And of course you could walk to St Thomas Station, or if you're determined to get further afield urgently, then you might cycle to St David's, which is a level cycling route. So that again is promoting sustainable types of transportation. Howard mentioned that there is a mix of different accommodation types and indeed dwelling sizes. And so the larger ones really would be suitable for family accommodation. They've got larger balconies and terraces, which will make for good amenity. The build to rent and the co-living have really high quality shared spaces and outdoor terraces and gardens. And so, you know, they are of their type, the best which I think we've seen in Exeter so far proposed. And as we said, the management on site is going to be 24 hours, so it should be well looked after and be safe. Finally, connected culture. The electricity generating building you'll have seen has some blank facades. One of those is likely to be given a mural. Another one is likely to be planted with a green wall, again helping with the urban greening. But I think on a site like this, where it's a mixed use residential led development, we're talking about culture of the everyday sort. And so the ideas of placemaking, which is largely what I've been describing, should really support that quality of life which new and existing residents will experience when they encounter this development. And I think that, you know, creativity ought to come from the sort of additional social and community interactions which that will promote.
Thank you. So to finish off, the City Council isn't currently able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply with a supply of 4 years and 4 months. And this means that, as set out on page 61 in the agenda, the tilted balance in favour of development is engaged when considering this application. We talked about the application described, we talked about the regeneration of a sustainable brownfield site that's currently underused, talked about the provision of 184 units of co-living accommodation, 239 flats, 20% of which would be affordable private rent. So they'll be secured to be affordable, managed within the development. There'll be 5 commercial units, site management and gym, and it would generate vitality and economic activity in the area, create an attractive network of public routes to the site. And it will regenerate an area which is currently a negative impact on the edge of the riverside conservation area. It will also provide flood resilient refuge to the wider area as well as the development, and make contribution towards a strategic flood escape route. We have talked about the harms. The development is an area that's subject to flood risk, loss of protected trees, reduction in natural light to some neighbouring dwellings, and the loss of light to solar voltaic panels on the neighbouring building. If the application was approved, we recommend a legal agreement attached to it secures a number of important benefits. So contributions towards sustainable transport, ensuring that the affordable housing is provided on site to support the development. Flood escape route, not only the small play area as part of the open space on site, but also an off-site contribution. Provision of 5 car club vehicles and parking, charge infrastructure, and electric hire site. Travel plans for residents requested NHS contribution towards GP surgeries. Over £500,000 towards primary education provision, and we talked about how that might be provided in the future in this area. Also included in is access control improvements in Piazza Cerrecina and the replacement of a tree. So that's Piazza Cerrecina at the moment as a simple gate in one of the photos. It isn't providing adequate and effective control whilst allowing those people who've got access rights to access through. So what's proposed is a rising bollard that would be provided to ensure to manage access to that space. Traffic orders necessary. Management plan to control the occupation and management of the site. Also importantly, that the pedestrian rights through the site, which are currently not by right, would be enshrined through a legal agreement. Also, there will be a community infrastructure levy receipt of over £700,000, nearly £800,000. So, in conclusion, bear in mind the lack of a 5-year housing land supply, given the benefits of the regeneration of this brownfield site in a highly sustainable location and residential accommodation it provides. We recommend the application is authority is delegated to officers to grant permission subject to that legal agreement and also the conditions listed in the report.
Thank you. Obviously, a very lengthy and detailed presentation. I'm now going to invite questions from members to the officers. I do want to remind you that these are questions about the presentation. We are not starting our debate until after all these questions have been answered. I shall go in order I've first seen, which is Councillor Vizard and then Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Vizard, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wow, that is the most detailed, comprehensive report I've ever seen at a planning committee. Thank you for the time you spent on that. I think that's appropriate given the scale and significance of this development. So it's been helpful, and thank you for the work done negotiating with the applicants. I have a few questions, so I'll take your steer, Chair, on how long you'll allow me to go. I'm sure others will probably come in with similar things, so you may want we'll get through them. I think these are really important. There's some really important issues there. Can I start on the loss of trees, and in particular note the City Council tree managers report, which has severe objections. It does talk about an agricultural objection still standing. I won't read it all out here, but members can see that on page 32, which seems to slightly contradict the report from our planning officers there. So, what discussions, negotiations have been had with the applicants in terms of mitigation there? I appreciate there is some replanting, but that is nevertheless, as our own trees manager has said, a significant loss, which is a concern. The loss of light to neighbouring properties is a big concern here. There's clearly harm identified. So again, I just appreciate a little more detail on what conversations, what discussions have been had with the applicant. What would it take to resolve those issues? Are we talking about loss of a whole story of a building? Is it that significant? Is it a viability issue, therefore? Something around that would be useful. A little more detail on the flood works mitigation, another big issue here. The emergency plan, I see that's evolving. That's been conditioned, which is right, but just some reassurance on concerns there. The apologies, Chair. The Royal Devon and Exeter University Hospital Trust have made a significant representation in terms of S106 contributions, calling for a significant sum, which is currently not present in the conditions. So I note that there are some further discussions to be had there. Questions about whether they've identified and evidence their need, but it would seem that their case is a strong one in terms of the number of new people here and the impact on the hospital potentially there. Two more, if I may. Affordable housing is at 20%, not our 35% standard. I understand why that may be, and I know that the applicant has cited similar schemes elsewhere in the city on this issue. But what work has been done to push that higher? It is always a concern when it's lower than we have as a policy. So again, is that a viability issue? A little more detail on that. And finally, Mallinson Bridge, which is not anywhere in the report. Now that's a significant route for pedestrians from the other side of the quay. Currently not operational. We know it's a very, very expensive repair. Is there not some opportunity here to secure money, not necessarily through SIL, but through Section 106 contributions on that? Thank you very much for allowing me all those questions.
Right, thank you, Councillor Vizard. Obviously, you've done exactly what I did want in that you've got all your questions out there. I think that rather than accumulating a load of questions, we will deal with each set as we're going along. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you, officers.
Yes, so in terms of the loss of trees, it is something that needs to be weighed in the balance and determine the application. There are trees within the centre of the site, which if they were to be a layout was tried to retain them, they would very seriously reduce the capacity of the site to deliver housing. So that is something we do need to weigh in the balance. The application has been amended to retain trees along the boundary. These are trees that are already constrained by the car park. They would actually have more green space around their trunks than they do now. So the soft area, if you go back to the photo, they are very greatly constrained. They would have a little bit more space. We are hopeful that those trees would prosper, and if not, there is a condition to require them to be replaced on that boundary. Also, a key tree on the frontage with Haven Banks that is now proposed to be retained in a garden space, so we do have that greening of that part of the street. Yes, the loss of trees is something that is a harm. It has been mitigated, tried to retain some of the trees, but also by new tree planting. So there are more trees going back.
Can I just add to that as well, Howard? I think what we need to understand about this site is that where those trees are located, and they are mature trees, that is in an existing car park. If one was to develop this site, there is no possibility really of retaining those trees. That's a simple kind of conundrum. If you want to see redevelopment, those trees cannot stay. What this scheme does do is replace and more, and create a completely different environment. But we've obviously noted the arboricultural's notes. That's their job, is to note what happens to existing trees. The job of the case officer and my team is then to balance that with everything else.
Just on trees, it's worth adding that these are majority of trees being removed are category C and some are category B, but they have been planted within a car park setting. They have not necessarily been well managed over their life. The next point was loss of light. So 2 points there. One, those properties that are moderately affected, they are very small in number. There are two in terms of internal diffuse light levels, and there's one where as a garden space is one of these garden spaces reduced further below the adequate standard. Again, those are harms that bounced in, but the vast majority of properties on this boundary, those on Street and Court, Diamond Road on the north, where they have a currently very good level of direct sunlight, those levels are reduced. It will be noticeable, but they are still adequate levels. They are more akin to what we'd expect in an urban setting, and they are adequate, when judged against the BRE guidance. In terms of flooding, yes, there is actually a draft flood evacuation plan within the flood risk assessment submitted with the application. We would like some more detail. We think that could be worked out better. We've worked with the EA, and there is a condition, a very detailed condition. Hopefully that will also set a precedent for other developments in this area. This is on the northern end of the water lane corridor, so no other sites other than surrounding housing would flow through it, but it would provide a sum towards the delivery of that route. that would need to be secure below 106. It would also connect onto it. So in flood risk terms, this development is a benefit to the neighbours as well as to itself. Currently in this area, the flood risk would be greater without this development.
Just to add, I want to reassure everybody in the room that there is a strategy for dealing with the flooding of this area that we've agreed with the Environment Agency. That is partly why we brought forward the design code and the development framework. So that strategy requires a plan, and the plan requires the contributions and cooperation of all the landowners in the area, because it's a strategic plan. So this is the first piece of that strategic plan. Will connect into that longer term strategy. There is an ongoing dialogue and ongoing work to eventually implement that strategy, which we'll need to implement during the lifetime of this scheme. So there is a plan. We're working towards that. It requires collaboration, of course. That's one of the complexities. But this site contributes and will partly achieve that plan.
Next we have the Royal Devon University Healthcare Trust. So this is not a sum that they're requesting the rises from the ongoing development. They consider that there is a gap in the funding formula of the NHS, that during the first year of occupation, they will not get funding. And after the first year, the resident population will be counted towards their funding formula. They are approaching the planning system to fill that 1 year gap in acute care provision. There is a debate nationally about whether that is right, and within the planning system, and there is an issue around evidence and evidencing that to an adequate level to meet the tests set out in planning legislation. We don't feel they've met those tests, and that is why we don't feel content that we can ask that sum.
And again, there's more to add to that, which is that there's as well as the national debate, there's a debate within Devon, and all the district councils and all the chief planners. We've been meeting for a few months now with the NHS trusts to try and resolve that issue. It was triggered by a court case that happened early this year, which caused into question the whole legitimacy of this kind of obligation. We're trying to move the debate on away from the provision of acute care, which is normally funded through central government, into something that's more of a forward-looking approach, preventative, where we can make contributions through the NHS to things like active travel, healthier lifestyles. That's the way we want to go with the NHS. We're working together as districts and within Devon and with the NHS. There's some way to go on that, but that's the direction we're moving in.
In terms of affordable housing, because this is built to rent accommodation, the national policy, which is imposed on us by government, is for 20% to be secured. That isn't something we can change. That is a nationally set policy. So unfortunately, our local policy of 35% of market housing can't be applied in this case. And in terms of the Mallinson Bridge, there is a contribution within the 106 of £100,000 towards walking and cycling improvements, which could be the Mallinson Bridge, could be routes between here and the Mallinson Bridge, but also could be sort of around the Alphington Street junction, where there is a not particularly great experience of pedestrians and cyclists crossing Alphington Street.
Thank you. Moving on now to Councillor Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just 3 questions, 3 points. First one relates to the impact upon the neighbourhood. I didn't gauge from the illustrations you put before us on the screen what the impact would be for me as a resident, from my back window, my rear garden, etc. I know you've talked about for up to 40 metres gap, but I physically haven't got an understanding of what the impact of this development is from those on side streets to the side. What we were looking at was illustrations going the other way, but not from the residents' perspective. So I don't know whether you've got any illustrations to help us on regard to that. I think that is an important aspect in regard to the scale of this development in relation to its neighbourhood. The second point relates to cars and or lack of cars, etc. Are you satisfied now with the lack of cars? Are there sufficient service and delivery facilities for the whole site that can be accessed correctly? Because clearly a large number of these people will be having deliveries, both of food, grocery and other items, to these because of the distance to local shops, especially if they haven't got cars. And related to that, in the provisions that we're asking the developer, it talks about the developer providing cars and bikes. Is he physically providing cars and bikes, or is he just providing a facility where cars and bikes can be bought, especially with the demise of co-cars? You know, I think there's a difference between making a provision and a difference between providing. But I'd like to know what that person has agreed to in regard to that. And the third point is, I notice this is a full application, not outline. We've seen nothing about internal settings or what the look of these places are. Often, as members, we're concerned when we see some of these larger developments, room spaces, sizes, corridors, etc., and the impact they have on the people living in them, especially in the co-living environment. So we've seen none of that. Would we expect to see that? Thank you.
Yeah, just on the perspective, we have shown a number of sections that show the relationship between buildings. So hopefully from those people can understand the distance separation, but also the height and relative position of those buildings. There are more on the application on the website. We've produced on the screen what we think are the key ones for residents from Stream Court, from Chandler's Court, from Maritime Court, Chandler's Walk, Maritime Court, Diamond Road. So we think we've presented the key ones, but they are within the drawing pack. They set them out to scale, so they should give people an understanding. The site is serviced, so the principally from Water Lane, so the back of Block D has a dedicated service bay. That's where refuse comes in, but also space for deliveries and service vehicles, particularly we think an issue for the co-living. That's where those come in and they're received behind the scenes. That is a managed block, so there's active management on site with the management office. And again, at the back of Block C, there is an access route. There is a gated opportunity there for deliveries come in to the rear. In terms of cars and bikes, yes, we expect the provision. Co-cars and co-bikes gone into administration, but an alternative provider is being procured. Lieutenant County Council are leading on that, having a good response to the procurement, which is underway. And in terms of internal settings, there are some visuals within the design and access statement. It's been quite a big presentation. We've spared you the pretty pictures inside. There are the layouts. We do feel the depth of the spaces. There were in the original scheme in Block C some through corridors on every floor. Those being removed to give access stair court, and then a limited number of access to flats off of those stair cores. The design of the apartments has been revised so where they access from the ground floor through corridor, they actually have a hallway. They have a private space that you open into. You don't go straight into the flat. Co-living units, some of the smaller flats that are off short corridors, you have a different arrangement. But yeah, that consideration has been given to that.
And just to add a little bit more colour to that, those last three issues around servicing, the provision of cars and bikes and the internal setting, that's one of the advantages you have from this kind of typology, where it's built to rent or co-living. It's all managed, it's all looked after. You wouldn't get that in a straightforward residential development. So it's one of the advantages of this typology that it's allowing that kind of management to happen.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Ketchin.
Like to talk about something that I think goes to the core of the development, and that's density. The site, if I'm right, is 1.7 hectares. The co-living element is 183 residents, and then there is 239 other dwellings which are cited as 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. I would anticipate that most of those buildings are not occupied by one person, and at a reasonable assumption is if you've got a 2-bedroom house as a minimum, you've probably got 2 people in those. And of course, there's 3-bedroom houses as well. And in 1-bedroom houses, you may well often have couples living. So looking at the density, the Exeter Civic Society make a reasonable estimate that it's 300 residents per hectare. The presentation or the papers describe about 200 residents per hectare. Can you make a comment on density on the basis of the estimate that I've put forward?
Yes, the density in dwellings per hectare is because the co-living units count as 1.8 co-living units equals 1 dwelling. So that's the multiplier that is used nationally when calculating density in dwellings per hectare, and that is 200 dwellings per hectare is right at the upper end of the water lane design code where that's indicating density should be. Obviously, we've also got a shortfall in 5-year housing land supply, and we are charged to make optimum use of density of the site. So the fact that density is right at the high end or just above it isn't a reason we feel to refuse the application. There is an imperative to use a very sustainable urban brownfield site in an accessible location and achieve the highest number of dwellings that we feel works, and we feel this scheme does work.
Again, just to add some more to that, when we've looked at density on this application, we've looked at the whole density picture, not just the number of people and the number of units, but the whole living experience that you would get from a scheme of this density. So the assessment looks at all of those aspects, including the street that we're creating, that's been created, the public realm, the shared space within that, the private space, the balconies, the terraces, and the general level of social interaction. Those all go into consideration of densities. It's not purely a number.
Thank you. Councillor Ketchen, I suggest that if you want to continue the discussion, that we'll move that to
That's
the
fine.
debate,
And then
yeah?
the other question I had was for the DCC officer, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So around parking, we've sort of described, this is a low car development, and is the expectation, because I'm sure it's a concern of residents, I've sort of seen it mentioned, is the expectation that the residents of this development will not be offered on-street parking permits?
I think it's important to note as part of this development, there's a contribution for a traffic regulation order. Part of that would be for double yellow lines, for example, as part of this scheme, but also part of that contribution would also to be look at private parking resident schemes in the local resident areas. Now, people who would reside in this development wouldn't be allowed to apply for the residential parking in the other areas that are surrounding it that aren't part of this development. So the local residents will have access potentially, and the joy, I suppose, of having a contribution for a traffic regulation order is we can look and see what the issues are to apply the appropriate action to rectify that. And once that's been put forward and the local residents have a parking scheme in place, the residents from this scheme that we're discussing this evening won't be allowed to apply for that.
Sorry, it's quite a lovely technical answer. I'm not sure that I understood it. Is it that the Havenbanks residents won't have access to on-street parking? I wasn't quite sure I understood.
Ultimately so. So we're looking to put in, for example, double yellow lines throughout the scheme and other aspects to prevent parking within here. And although there are schemes already in place for local residents parking schemes, if there needs to be extended, that can also be put in to prevent residents from parking on residential streets.
Are you clear on that answer? Thank you,
So just to add to that, there are parking controls on street in the area, including residents parking, with the exception of parts of Chandler's Walk. So I'm not sure why that came about, but what we're saying is there would be consultation if it was going to be extended into those areas, and there is a contribution for the traffic regulation orders if that was decided that it would be so. But yeah, there are parking controls on street all around this area, apart from a small section of Chandler's Walk.
Thank you. Councillor Wardle, again, can I just remind you, please try and get all your questions out at once, and then we can move on again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to the management plan, and in particular, the police architectural liaison officer comments on page 29, where there was mentioned previously of a management suite and also pedestrian access through this site. And I'd like to know a little bit more, if I can, about the details of the management plan. Bearing in mind, this police architectural liaison officer says that in relation to co-living, it will lead to a wide mix of lifestyles, etc., which could cause conflict. Therefore, details on what vetting will be conducted and how the site will be managed, including clear policies and procedures, will be crucial to its running. And he goes on further to say, shared amenity space is a key element of the co-living, so detailing ways in which a sense of community and ownership can be created needs to be considered and demonstrated. And if that sense is not created, it leaves the development vulnerable as residents don't identify with communal space and become disassociated from them, leading to an increase in crime and antisocial behaviour. Now, clearly, we don't want that to happen. So I'd just like a few more details on the management plan, if you have them, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I can answer this partly. I think it's also a good question that might go to the developers as well. From our point of view, a management plan secures occupancy restrictions in terms of tenure, in terms of duration, and also behaviour. This scheme, in contrast to some others, I would say, also has the sort of compartmentalisation. The building is divided into two. It's then further divided into floors, so it's broken down into smaller groups of units, each with its own living room and kitchen. So I think there is an opportunity here to manage groups within the scheme and manage that subdivision actively. So if you've got management active on site, working with the occupiers in accordance with the management plan that is secured for the leave agreement, I think that gives us the best we can do through planning.
And next, I have Councillor Patrick.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've just got a few questions. The first one is regarding the features that were highlighted as particularly desirable. For example, the sort of double height of the entrance, I think, to block C or D, balconies, those sorts of things. Can I just confirm that they are not sort of nice to have or an artist's impression, but they're going to be guaranteed as part of the development? But also things like the planting. So, that's that the planters, those almost like loose items. Again, can we confirm that those will definitely be part of the development, not just, again, a sort of a sense that we're being, of a look that we're being given? So that's question number one. Question number two is regarding the affordable housing provision. So it's 20%, which obviously is low, but we'll be discussing that later, I'm sure. How is that 20% split amongst the different housing types, the 1, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments? I would imagine it is, not the co-living. And finally, regarding the loss of light to the certain properties, it was mentioned that the council are likely to receive some compensation because of our loss of income from solar panel effectiveness being reduced. Is there any sort of similar compensatory arrangements suggested to the owners of the properties who are going to lose light in their properties, particularly as they obviously wouldn't necessarily be able to have effective solar panels because of this? Okay, thank you.
So firstly, one of the first conditions on suggested in the list is to list the plans that will be approved, and that includes the details of the building features, balconies and so on. Those are shown on those plans. If the applicant didn't want to do that, they would have to vary those plans, so they have to come back with a further application. In terms of affordable housing, it is nationally set policy for build to rent, and the policy is that 20% should be private affordable rent managed within the scheme. So that isn't something we can challenge. We would expect that to be a representative split across the unit types, and we would secure that through the legal agreement, unless there was a particular need for different housing types in that area. When working with our housing colleagues, we could negotiate a different split, or try and negotiate a different split. In terms of loss of light, there is loss of generation to the solar panels. That there is an ongoing conversation about compensation, whether that be alternative supply, financial contribution. I don't know what comes out at the end of it. That's not a planning matter. In terms of solar panels on adjacent buildings, there are only other buildings in the vicinity that have solar panels on the roof. We don't think they'd experience any significant drop.
Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Just a few questions regarding the trees. What does moderate quality and low quality of a tree mean? How is it valued? Because as Councillor Vizard pointed out, on the tree management, page 32, it doesn't sit comfortably with that at all, whereas they're considered important trees. So which is it and why? And what is the point of a TPO? If it's not to protect the tree from planning, which is really its biggest threat, surely. Also, how is the biodiversity of 24.73 calculated? Is that including wooden nest boxes made by people put on buildings? How is it actually calculated? And yeah, I was confused at the very back, so I can't find it now. But at the very back, it was talking about that before planning, before the development happens, the protected trees are fenced. Is that right? That the trees that are actually supposed to be kept are fenced. So in that case, why would they be in danger of being damaged? The 9 that are kind of supposed to be kept. Well, surely if they're fenced and protected, they're in no danger of being damaged. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, there's one more. And do the officers know what type and species of trees they actually are? Thank you.
So first of all, in terms of tree grading, there is a technical specification for grading trees, which arboriculturists use. I'm not a specialist arboriculturist. The applicant has done that work. Our tree officer is satisfied it's done properly. It is a mixture of the amenity value and the health of the tree and the length of life they've got, essentially. There are no A grade trees on the site. There are some B grade trees, and there are a majority of C grade trees. That's the way they're classified. Both sides of the table accept the classification. And as I say, the loss of some of these trees is considered a harm. The point of a TPO is to mean that consent is required to do works. It's not necessary to say you can't have consent to do works. And if a tree is dead, dying, or dangerous, you can chop it down still without consent, even if it's got a TPO. So the point of the TPO is that we can sit here today and consider whether the tree should, whether work should be done to them or not. Not that the tree should never be done, no work should be done to them. In terms of the fencing, yes, it should protect the trees. Actually, the situation they're in at the moment is they've got a car park with curb edges and tarmac right up close to them. That'll have to be broken out, which is in their root protection zone. They are given a bit more space, but they are still close to buildings. So there is a danger that in those works something happens. What we don't want to do is just say, look, here's a protective set of fencing, you've got to do that. And if it fails, so what? What we're saying is you do what you're required to do to try and protect them. If, because there will be works within the root protection zone, even the breaking out the existing ground, if those works affect the long-term health of the tree, then they will be replaced with new trees. Is that it? Oh, the type of trees, yes. I'm happy to go through. They are, the majority are Norwegian maple. There are some plane trees, and there are a number of other trees. But they have been surveyed, the TPO trees and the non-TPO trees alike. So
the London planes do have very special features, as in that they do absorb particles and toxins in the environment, in their bark and their leaves. So, you know, there's far more to it than just, oh, a tree. They do different jobs, and the hawthorn is absolutely essential, which is on there, to wildlife. Absolutely essential. So it's not just this big.
Councillor Sheridan,
Yeah.
can I suggest that you move that those comments in the debate and not as a question to officers?
Yeah, right.
Thank you. You're most welcome to make that point to the committee during the debate.
Again, am I allowed to repeat myself?
You are indeed.
Jolly
Yes.
good.
Councillor Jobs.
Thank you. Thank you. Going back to the police architectural liaison officer, the last paragraph, there is advice given. To whom was it given? Conditions requested regarding physical security. Point out there, let's just hope that not everyone wants to cook their evening meal all at once, because it would be absolute chaos on each of the floors. And I note again that there are long corridors from a central co-living block. There doesn't seem to be any break in those for security at all. So will there be specific conditions as suggested by the police architectural liaison officer? And also Exeter Civic Society talk about the children's playground or teenager amenities. Now, I heard mention of a trampoline. It's going to have to be a very big one. I didn't hear any mention of outside children's play park with kids, equipment for the tiny kids, the slightly bigger kids, and then places where the older ones can kick a football. What provisions are being made there? And finally, affordable. I am assuming that none of those are going to be social.
There's a comment about kitchen sizes, and they are adequately sized to the London standards, which are set standards. They will provide multiple cook stations depending on the number of rooms they serve. So hopefully those standards will be adequate. We think they will be. The police architectural liaison officer advice fell into various categories. Some of it was non-planning, it's about door sets, about security of windows done to a British standard. That is passed directly to the applicant. Their finer detail and they deal with in planning. The play space, there is some small play space provided within the site in a place that is well overlooked. There is also a contribution to off-site enhancement of play space facilities listed in the 106 items. So that will enhance children's and youth play off-site. And the affordable housing, it's a nationally set policy. So of these units, it is 20% that are private rent. That private affordable rent is the definition that is managed by the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Warwick. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to take up the point that Councillor Wardle made about the management of the site, I just wondered how binding is you talk about 24-hour management on the site, and obviously concerns about antisocial behaviour. I was wondering how binding is that? For example, if 10 years down the line some other company comes along and buys all that stock off them, I mean, presumably that they could take a totally different.
So the management plan would be secured through a legal agreement, so it'll be there regardless of the operator.
Right, Councillor Williams.
So we're going for the full set, I think, this evening, Chair. Thank you very much. We'd like to pick up on a couple of the comments made by the Exeter Design Quality Partnership. That's page 35. Thank you very much for your presentation, by the way, both. Which reckons that makes the recommendation that Block C to be broken up. In any course of your negotiations, was that ever sort of discussed or on the table? Secondly, this is going to sound like a strange sentence, but I'm going to say it anyway. Consideration, it says, should be given to wind. I know that those both of the Block C and D, I think, face southwest, which is the prevailing wind direction in this part of the world. Are we artificially creating a wind tunnel in that part of the green space? And finally, related to the actual green space between Block C and D, given it's open, so there is public right of way, does that then mean it's going to be managed by the management company there, or will it eventually be adopted by by ECC. The whole idea being, obviously, we want this green space to flourish and not to kind of be able to look nice at the beginning and then waste away into sort of nothingness, shall we say. Thank you.
I think I'll do the last point. I might bring a mark for the first two.
Sure.
In terms of management of space, now we think it is a right to walk through it, but it will be managed by the applicant. I'll leave that one there.
Just to reassure everybody as well. So we'll make sure through the 106 agreement that that's maintained as open route, not like that scheme that's just over the road where it's gated. That won't happen here.
Yeah, on Block C and the potential of breaking it up, we did explore that with the applicants, but it's difficult to see what benefits that would bring, really. As Howard usefully explained, clearly the routes through the centre of the site, they're public, and then at the back, it's very private space. So if one starts to open up ways through, then you're going to get conflict, and the police architectural liaison officer wouldn't be happy with that either. I think it's fair to say that when the comments were made, the sort of articulation which architecturally breaks up the block wasn't available for them to have a look at. So we've worked on the same issue, but attacked it in a different sort of manner. The other point was wind, wasn't it? That's right. Yes. That point was made by a landscape architect on the panel, and I don't think it was a very qualified comment. And again, we explored that with the applicants. And in my experience, and this is sort of my expertise coming against the commentators, we're in an urban environment with 5-story buildings, and the ends of that southwest facing street are blocked. There really isn't much chance of significant wind in that sort of environment. So I think it was a good point to raise by the design review panel, but really it doesn't seem like a significant risk to me.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. So I have two questions. So the first one relates to the commercial units that will be provided at the front of the site. I was wondering what analysis has been conducted around how these units would be filled, what sort of occupiers we could see there, and whether there'll be any measures to support local businesses occupying those spaces. And my second question relates to the resident consultation. And you've spoken quite a lot about the changes you've negotiated as officers with the applicant. And I'd appreciate a bit more detail about the consultation process that was conducted with residents. I'm happy to ask that of the applicant if it's more appropriate. And then how that process helped you arrive at this design.
Firstly, with regard to commercial units, these are 5 small units which we think will lend themselves to the type of retail that units we'll see down there. We haven't got, one large or 2 large units of the nature of the retail we see there at the moment. So we think this in retail provision terms, this is a benefit, and it's more likely to attract smaller local businesses. In terms of consultation, we consult on an application according to the statutory procedures. We have consulted when the application was received, and those views we did receive have informed us in negotiating changes to the application. We had a revised scheme which was consulted on again. We appreciate that doesn't address everybody's concerns they've raised, but in there were lots of valuable points which we have taken on board and have used. There was another minor amendment which was to satisfy Historic England in terms of plant, which we didn't consult on because it didn't address anybody that responded publicly. The applicant did carry out pre-application consultation, which is set out in the scheme of community involvement, which is with the application, and yes, that's one for them as well.
I'd just like to make a comment there, because that was a really great question about the commercial units, and it's one of those things that there's a limit to what you can do in planning, but there's not a limit to what we can do as a city council working with a developer who wants to collaborate. So I know that they're in the room tonight, and I think one of the things I'd like to do with them, if this committee does want to grant planning permission, is work with them on that. Let's call it a Wapping Wharf solution, and let's see if we can get some local traders, some local businesses, encourage that. We can't require that in planning, but we've done as much as we can in terms of ensuring that there is the space. So I think it's something we'd like to do as officers, and I'd like to do as the director, is work with that applicant to see what can be done there, because that's a great opportunity, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you all members for your contributions there in these questions.
Sorry, Chair, can I just come back on one point?
Yes, of course.
I turned the page and I missed one of Councillor Shepherd's question, which is about biodiversity net gain. Members may be aware that biodiversity net gain is being brought in nationally as a 10% requirement. It's been pushed back to 2024. It's been pushed back to next year. But the metrics by which you measure it, which are a good solid metrics which measure robust increases in biodiversity, they have been used in measuring that 24%. The measures are set out in a document attached to the planning application, and one of the conditions says those measures should be delivered on site, so we can enforce it for breach of condition if they are not implemented.
Is that answering your question?
No, I'm confused. I just want to know how it was. Is it measured when the trees are fully grown? How is it measured? Is it when you just put it in the sapling?
There is a measure for the life of what you're putting in, and it does allow for the life of what you're doing over a 30-year period. It is measured. Yeah, and there is a condition for the landscaping to be implemented in any trees and so on that fail to be replaced. So there is a management that goes with it. So obviously it needs to be maintained over that period to accrue the benefits that are being counted.
Thank you, members. I'm now moving on under standing order, where are we, 44. I'm going to be looking at members who wish to speak, and I have as my first speaker Councillor Moore. Welcome, Councillor. Remind you that there's no time limit to your contribution. However, I would ask you not to repeat yourself or and all the rest of it. So, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm speaking on behalf of all the 3 councillors in the ward. Councillor Reid was hoping to attend and is no longer able to. She sent a message which I'd like to read out first, and then I'll read out my speech. She says this proposal, as a build-to-rent proposal, does not help Exeter meet its stated aim of building balanced communities. As the Exeter Quality Design Partnership points out, having some larger homes which are for sale would not only be for starter homes, and would create a more mixed community with long-term, less permanent and less transient residents. So it would help build a community. It is clear that the light levels for neighbouring properties will be very much reduced, and this proposal and even the partnership themselves think these levels would be below limits in winter. And there are no clear targets for environmental sustainability. Where is the proven biodiversity net gain, which is now a requirement, and these are reasons for refusal alone. The development is out of character with a heritage harbour near it. It is too big for neighbouring properties, giving them unacceptably reduced levels of light. And being only for rent, and specifically co-living rent, means that inhabitants will have less permanent homes in Exeter. So I urge you to reject this application, which does not demonstrate suitably sustainable, high standard development for this area of Exeter. So I am able to speak on behalf of my colleagues, and I'm also here speaking on behalf of very many residents and businesses who have objected and contacted us or we've met with. I just want to be absolutely clear that residents do think the retail park is tired and it should be developed to provide much needed housing. And so we are in favour of some sort of residential development on this site in what is always promoted as an iconic part of Exeter. So this is a complex application, and you've already explored some of those questions, and you're going to hear from residents later. But I believe that there are, within this application, more than sufficient grounds for refusal. We heard about the Liverpool Exeter principles, and in summary, the Exeter Design Quality Partnership said that they welcome most of the changes that were made in response to their comments in 2022, but some aspects have not evolved as they wished to see. They note some positives that have changed since the previous iteration, and the EDQP applauds the Liverpool Exeter vision and would encourage the developer to demonstrate how the scheme fulfills its ambition on the site, elaborating on each of the principles. One of the key principles is that Liverpool Exeter seeks mixed and balanced communities. And EDB Exeter Design Quality Partnership highlights that the scheme is wholly rented, and they would prefer to see a design brief that created more of a mixed community. And I agree. They say that while the retail, restaurants, cafes and bars will help vibrancy, and it was good to hear the comments earlier, the scheme is predominantly residential and mostly starter units. And a richer mix of accommodation would be beneficial for the community and socio-economic durability. Now, I really welcome Councillor Vizard's comments about Malleson Bridge. We all know that the Malleson Bridge has caused a problem for pedestrians and cyclists going through the narrow path to Commercial Road, and this is already inadequate. The application should be expected to make a contribution towards the proposed replacement of this bridge to mitigate the expected increase on traffic in this route. There has been no contribution forthcoming. Increased pressure on an already densely populated and highly visited area as a tourist area is a reason for refusal because it is an inadequate Section 106 contribution. We also need to think about social infrastructure. The development imposes an additional demand on existing overburdened health services. And there is a comment that has been made around the requested level of healthcare provision will detrimentally affect safety and care quality for both new and existing local population. This means that patients will receive substandard care, resulting in poorer health outcomes and prolonged health problems. So this is the response from the NHS. And such an outcome is not sustainable as it will have a detrimental social economic impact. So there will be in the conditions a contribution to GP surgeries, and that is welcome, but it is significant that St David's Ward is the only wing GP surgeries are bursting at the seams. We talk to residents who cannot see their GP. So again, this contribution is inadequate. An inadequate Section 106 contribution is a sound reason for refusal. A number of you have already picked up on the police comments, which are stark, about the assessment of the co-living development. They say, given the nature of co-living developments, it seems likely that the resident population could be somewhat transient with a potentially high turnover of individuals. This will make creating a sense of community somewhat challenging. Now, I'm not going to make any assertions about the behaviour of people who live in co-living, but what they are pointing to is about the well-being and creating the community, which is set out as a primary goal for this development. They point out that the amenity space is a key element of the co-living model. Is this going to be kept free for use in perpetuity? Will 26 people using a lounge on their floor create a sense of community and inclusion? That is a question we will not be able to answer here, but I am fearful that it will not create that inclusive community. We should also note that in terms of the respondents, we do not have a response from Wales and West Utilities. Maybe the developers can tell us if they are going to respond and if the site is going to be able to connect to the electricity supply. This is a highly sensitive environmental site, and it is deeply concerning that EDQP say they did not gain a sense that environmental sustainability was a driver in these proposals in the planning application. So we ought to also know, because it's said in the planning application report, that that it achieves BREEAM excellence. That's really great, but that only applies to the commercial areas, and these commercial areas are a small part of the scheme. BREEAM excellence standard is required in the core strategy for the non-residential elements of the development. So a small part isn't good enough. And there are other areas which are relying on Part L of the building regulations, and again that's in the report, and that's not sufficient because that's lower standard than BREEAM. And so to be a livable Exeter zero carbon community, they fall well below that BREEAM standard. We need to be assured that all areas reach more than Part L of the building regulations across the whole of the site, and they can do this by demonstrating quality marks. There is a condition that the site can be secured to connect to a future district heating network. And I'm not convinced by this, and nor is the Design Quality Partnership. When the building is built out, it is not convincing to say that the whole life carbon and embodied carbon will be dealt with at a later stage. Are they really going to retrofit their building to supply with heat from the incinerator? Of course not. Viability will come into play and nothing will be done. There is also a concern that this could be too hot in the summer. And if it's connected to a heating system, it could actually be too expensive to live in the winter. So with regard to being too hot, there is a concern that overheating from passive solar gain and internal heat gains may be a problem for many of the units. And overheating should be balanced with the approach to ensuring that daylight is adequate in the dwellings themselves. So this must meet Part O of the building regulations, and this has been called into question. You've already discussed parking permits. I think this is a really important point. Nothing has been mentioned, and it should be conditioned. There are already flat developments in the area that have no right to access a parking permit. If it is not conditioned at this stage, how will it be decided how to allocate the 32 parking spaces? This is going to be an immensely unfair situation, and it's going to be a problem on the first day the property is rented out. And as already has been mentioned, Chandler's Walk doesn't have parking controls, and any permit system needs to be extended there as soon as possible. I also think in the management plan for the property, the developer has really failed to consider and manage how the impact of deliveries will play out. They say there'll be 21 deliveries per week, suggested by the applicant. So if we look at Amazon, the UK is the second largest market. And only 6.2% of shoppers in the UK never use Amazon. So quite a lot of deliveries will be going there. There's also a study by Pitney Bowes, and they have done a retail survey. And the UK generates the highest number of parcels per capita out of the 13 countries it analysed as part of its study, with the average person receiving 74 parcels each in 2020, which was up from 56 in 2019. I fear we are stuck in that habit. So assuming that the occupancy of this development is 100%, with only one person occupying each bedroom, which may be double in some others, there'd be 590 residents. So this would mean there'd be 839 parcels a week, or 119 a day. And that's before anybody decides to call out for a curry. We need to go and think about the junction with Alphington Road, if any of you have sat in that traffic by the riverside. This is already problematic at key times. The junction cannot cope with existing traffic, let alone delivery drivers. Haven Road is under significant traffic pressures, and this includes the frequency of vehicle movements and speeding vehicles. Without traffic control or calming measures, the pedestrian traffic that this development will generate could be put at risk from serious injury from a road traffic collision. So I think the management plan for the building is not acceptable. So now we're getting on to some of the bigger issues, one of which is massing. The developers themselves say that light levels for adjacent occupiers would be below limits in winter. You've looked at Block C along the entire southern side of the scheme. This is substantial, it is unrelenting. These are words that are used by the Design Quality Partnership. Breaking it up would relieve the massing, so that would be the purpose of doing so, and admit more sunlight into the central spaces and routes. It is not clear that the wind studies have been undertaken, and that has been discussed, to demonstrate the canyon effect. And this is sadly being dismissed as an issue. I can actually say it is a real thing. I've had my glasses blown off my face and under a bus. Fortunately, I could claim for the insurance on that. And when I was in London and in a street with high blocks either side, it does happen. It causes problems. So the layout should not be approved without this knowledge and a proper assessment alongside the flood evacuation. And I'll come back to that. So the massing of the scheme, despite its amendments, will be overbearing on Stream Court and Diamond Road, a street of homes, street of terrace homes next door, and the redesign is not acceptable. With regards to height, the height of the development will be significantly too high, and not a lot has changed since it's been through the design policy. It is really important, the impact on existing neighbourhoods should be, and its relationship is as important as the development in itself. The old and the new needs to integrate. The relationship with the height is key here, and Block A was redesigned, so that's the block nearest to Piazza Terracina. But in doing so, redesigning the block, it was actually made higher. And I wasn't going to mention the Water Lane Supplementary Planning document because I thought it had no status or weight as yet, but as it's been mentioned, I shall. And what it says in that document is that the height of new buildings should be no more than 2 stories higher than the adjacent buildings. The report highlights that the development will result in a reduction in direct sunlight and a reduction in diffuse light levels to some neighbouring properties. The properties result in a small number of windows in existing properties that will have a reduction in light levels, and it will be noticeable. In the case of 2 properties at separate points, the effect is moderately adverse, and at one property, already low levels of sunlight in the garden will be reduced by half. That's what it says in the report. And 4 would have the percentage of the garden receiving 2 hours of sunlight reduced to close to the 50% target level. So that is basically the whole of Stream Court. But it's not just the immediate neighbours at Stream Court. The report sets out 37 individual rooms of residential properties that will be affected. So Greenford Villas across the road, an important social housing block, will be diminished by the build to rent block. Water Lane, Waterside, Chandler's Walk, Maritime Court, Diamond Road and the Coolings will experience a reduced level of light, and this will be noticeable. Loss of light in building privacy and overbearing impact is not acceptable in an urban setting, and this must be given weight. The height of this building is so tall, it overshadows the solar panels that you mentioned, resulting in a loss of 30% of generation ability and, of course, 30% of income. So the Climbing Centre is currently the tallest building in the Canal Basin. So this is unacceptable, contrary to DG4 of the Local Plan First Review. So density. The design partnership highlights the density of almost 300 units per hectare. The density hectare calculation is well above the LDA Design's 2021 Exeter density study, which recommends as a minimum for future development in this area of 120 dph. Now, we need to remember, as far as I understand, that we are making this decision, or you are making this decision, based upon existing planning policy, not the water lane policy. And if you wanted to look at the water lane emerging policy, this proposed 300 units per hectare is 150% above the highest proposed density at the emerging water lane supplementary planning document. And if we look at the National Planning Policy Framework, it looks at achieving a densities, yes, talking about efficient land use, but also talking of the importance of securing well-designed, attractive and healthy places. So there is a point about overdevelopment. A year ago, the design review comment was that four blocks were not many blocks for 400 units. Now we find that there are 423 units proposed, yet the number of blocks is unchanged, despite the suggestions of how it could be improved. There is no conventional shared external amenity space associated with Block B. This is not acceptable and grounds for refusal. People need private space, and it is contrary to the City Council's Amenity Guide Policy, DG4, which requires 10 metres squared per dwelling of external amenity space. So this is overdevelopment and not acceptable in planning terms. I just want to comment about affordable housing. The report says that 20% of the build-to-rent flats and co-living units will be affordable housing. So this accords with national planning guidance and is consistent with other schemes granted in the city. But it does not accord with the council's own planning policy and the need for affordable homes. Each time a developer comes in at a lower than 35% target and it's approved, it means that there's going to have to be more developments each time to provide the number of affordable homes we need in the city. And Exeter has a diminishing land supply. Of course, 84 homes is not to be sniffed at. We need new homes that are affordable. But we have not seen co-living developments priced at rents that people can afford in the city. The reality is that the developer will set the rent levels, and the discount, the 80% discount, will be based upon that rent level. Unless it is to be conditioned that the affordable rents are to be at the local housing allowance level, then these homes will not be affordable for people who are in need of homes or are homeless and rely on housing benefit to cover their private sector rent. The council's policy is for 35% affordable homes, and this development falls well short. So that would be 148.5 much needed affordable homes. And the national planning guidance has been provided as a reason for not doing so. It must be understood that the national planning guidance is not law or restriction, it is guidance. And on the government website, on build to rent, it says that 20% is a suitable benchmark for the level of affordable private rent homes to be provided and maintained in perpetuity in any build to rent scheme. If local authorities wish to set a different proportion, they should justify this using the evidence emerging from their local housing needs assessment and set the policy out in their local plan. We have a policy, we have an emerging policy, we have a basis of saying 20% isn't enough. Just want to make a quick comment about heritage. There was a view on the display from the conservation area from Collerton Crescent. It's adjacent to two conservation areas. And the design partnership diplomatically say the scheme is at the limit of what may be accepted in terms of the long view. Now, when the image was displayed, it didn't highlight Block A. maybe you might like to have a look at Block A and see what Block A looks like. I do not think the design is of the highest design quality, and it will cause harm to the heritage assets, the context it sits in, the heritage harbour and the conservation areas, and this can be given weight in your decision making. We've talked about trees. There's some really great questions there. None of the trees should be lost without good reason, and good reasons have already been given for maintaining them. And 16 trees were assessed to be of moderate to low quality. I find it rather surprising that the beautiful London plains, known for long-lived suitable urban trees, which are in the middle of the site, are all viewed, all of them, in poor condition and be removed. And it's not just me saying that. The council's tree officer objects and hasn't removed their objection. There are significant and important trees on Haven Road and the Water Lane frontages. The spatial relationship between the proposed building layout and the trees to be retained in the northern boundary is poor. And there has been a lack of consideration for root protection areas, which is the working space during development. Lack of consideration to future growth potential, and there will be inevitable ongoing conflicts between the trees and the buildings as a result. And that saddens me. The building footprint dominates the site, with minimal space allocated and available for large tree planting where they can reach their full potential. And it comes to the shocking conclusion that the proposed tree planting is expected to offer little in the way of visual amenity and replacement value for the removed trees. I've almost finished, Chair. Thank you for letting me. Finally, flood risk. The Environment Agency has withdrawn its objection, but I do need to bring a couple of points to your attention from its most recent letter in July. The revised proposals, the flood risk assessment, flood warning and evacuation plan and associate drawings are broadly acceptable with regard to the flood risk. The FRA still contains some statements and assumptions which are based on the now outdated 2011 modelling from 2011. But they agreed about the raising the floor level. So the letter goes on. The matter which remains outstanding is related to the need for safe access and egress during the lifetime of the development. So during the lifetime of the development. As set out previously in our letter of April 23, consideration of the adequacy of emergency planning procedures falls within your authority. We understand that your authority is commissioning a study to look at options for this area. If this is the preferred option, we recommend that the route should be provided as soon as reasonably practical within the confines of the redevelopment of this area. We welcome the developers' willingness to engage in the creation of strategic access egress routes through the appropriate contributions of land and finance. We are supportive of the general principle of this, but understand the specific details will need to be agreed before the application is granted. So it is deeply concerning to hear, therefore, from the Director of Development this evening that the flood plan will not be developed when this site is built, and it will only be developed when other sites have been brought forward with a general plan for the area. Well, if you can clarify that, I would be extremely grateful. We need to have a flood plan which is agreed in place before the application is granted. That is what the Environment Agency say. So surely any decision now is gravely premature and extremely risky until we are absolutely clear about the flood mitigation measures and the assured escape routes that have been agreed with the Environment Agency. The flood plans have to ensure that this is safe during the design lifetime of the development, so 100 years, and we know that 100-year events are becoming more frequent because of climate change. The report says that flood warning and emergency evacuation plan for the development can be secured by a planning condition, and it will generally benefit the wider Water Lane residents. It should be made clear that the flood risk is not just from the river, it is also from subsurface flooding, and this is important because one of the potential escape routes along Water Lane recently flooded, which puts the viability of these plans into serious question. There will need to be very special measures to ensure that everybody can escape, for example, the elderly people who live in the sheltered bungalows next door to the site. So these plans should be coming forward fully formed to this planning committee before you make a decision, and the proposals are not enough to outweigh the harm from the risk of planning. So, to conclude, this is a not well conceived development. It is unsuitable for this environmentally sensitive and iconic area of Exeter. There are many sound planning grounds to refuse this application: flood risk, the loss of trees, overbearing, design, massing, loss of light, density, overshadowing, insufficient infrastructure, lack of community cohesion. These are all more than enough to turn down this application. This is an extremely important decision you are making tonight. It is the first Livable Exeter Principles test. The Livable Exeter Principles are ones which will be used to shape the future of Water Lane along its whole length, not just this site. Of course, whilst the supplementary planning document has no weight yet, because it's only just closed its first consultation, it could change significantly from what has been shown tonight. So that is a weak basis for making decisions on. But we have seen the Livable Exeter Principles before, and it is a test of these principles that will inform your decision. And that decision could inspire residents of Haven Banks to say, yes, these principles are strong, they work well, and they will create good homes for the future. Or it is a decision that will see us spending more hours here in this room objecting to poorly designed developments that will fail to deliver the homes our communities need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now inviting members to address questions to the councillor. Please remember, your questions should be about what has been spoken tonight. Councillor Warwick.
Flying saucers, man. Yeah, Councillor Moore, I appreciate a lot of what you say about heritage and some of the other points that you make. But the general principle now seems to be that they're looking towards the use of brownfield sites to protect more and more greenfield sites. Would you not agree with me that the general principle ought to be that the use of brownfield sites should be maximised to protect greenfield sites, and that may have to include things like higher buildings, co-living, and those type of issues?
So I have responded to the draft local plan and also the Water Lane supplementary planning document. And in that, both of those times, I've welcomed the principle of higher density living. And that is important on brownfield sites. In St David's, there are a number which have been vacant for many years. Now, the word that you used was maximised. In planning terms, the language is most efficient. So we can pile them high and cram them in, or we can create decent homes for people in flats and other blocks that will be different for Exeter. But if we don't think carefully about what we are building, we're going to be building some really dreadful accommodation that isn't going to last 100 years because people will vote with their feet or it will become problem areas. We need to make sure that if these Livable Exeter principles that have been set out and so much effort and energy and money has been invested in are to work, that they inform good design and good development on brownfield sites.
Thank you. Any other members with questions for the council? Councillor Wardle.
Just a question, if I might. You mentioned GP surgeries. Would you acknowledge, Councillor Moore, that on page 28 and 60 of the paperwork, there's £187,000 for local GP surgery expansion required?
Yes, and I did acknowledge that in my presentation. You're absolutely right, but there is very little ability and no indication from the GP surgeries that they will expand. So if you look at the local surgeries in St Thomas and Barnfield and Alphington, Alphington are also struggling under the weight of the expansion of Southwest Exeter. There are no plans, for example, in that surgery, for them to double in size and build another building. I have seen no viable method of expanding the surgeries. So I don't know how that's going to work, but we don't have a surgery in St David's. There was one discussed about 10 years ago. That didn't happen. We need to have new dedicated facilities, and that isn't going to be happening now. And I do not see how they can viably deliver those GP surgeries that people need. Don't get me started on dentists.
Thank you. Any other members with questions, please? In that case, thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Our next.
Sorry, just wonder, could we have a quick 5 minutes before?
Okay, yep. So we will call a couple of break now. I was going to do it after the Section 44 speakers, but I think, yes, it's already been 2 hours or more, isn't it? So, yes, please can you restrict the break to 5 minutes? Thank you very much. Places. Thank you all very much indeed. We are resuming with our standing order 44 speakers. I'm calling out Councillor Pearce, please.
Evening all, good to see you again. Hope everybody's well. So this is a first for me. I'm making my debut tonight, not as a ward member representing the views of the local residents, but sitting here as the portfolio holder with responsibilities for homelessness prevention in the city and for the regulation and licensing of private sector rented accommodation. So you're not going to hear lots of emotive stuff from me. You're not going to hear would, shoulds, coulds, and as I said, emotional pleas to you. I'm just going to deal in some facts here. I'm going to start off with a few numbers. So we're really fortunate in Exeter. We've got over 8,000 social rent homes. But in spite of that, there are over 2,041 souls tonight on the Devon Home Choice Register because they are unsuitably housed. The number one need for those people is 1 and 2 bedroom flats. That is what we are lacking dramatically in the city. That is what a good chunk of this development will bring forward. We've heard a lot of talk about affordable homes and the numbers that will be delivered. Currently, right now in the city tonight, we have 100, that is it, affordable 1 and 2 bedroom flats. The proposals as they are in front of you tonight will deliver an additional 46-ish on top of that. So we'll be, that's a huge improvement. It goes nowhere near satisfying the demand. You wouldn't ever expect one development to do so. But what this does is dramatically increase the options for people who need to rent in this city. It's great for people who can afford to buy. We're a thriving, growing city. But because we've been such a thriving city and we've got such a challenge with supply of homes of all types here, that it's now 9.8 times the average salary in this city to buy the average property. That is beyond many of our people in our communities. So what we need to deliver as a city is affordable rents and rentable properties, full stop, so that people can continue to want to stay here and to move here, to live, to work, to contribute. Because that's what we need. As I keep saying, we're a thriving city, we're a growing city, not just the additional 25,000 students that we've seen over the last decade. Some of those have stayed and have become full-time contributors to our community, but other people have moved in, be that to work at places like the university itself, or at the Met Office, or at some of the other developing sort of high-tech services that we've got here in the city. So we need to keep delivering homes. This is one real good way of doing it on developments like this, because it is not taking away the green spaces that we so cherish, what makes our city some of the character that it is. But we want to develop brownfield sites in line with the way not just a national shift, but a real local shift in emphasis has come. So I think I've spoken a little bit about the build to rent element on this site now, and I want to touch a little bit on the co-living side of this development as well. So there are just over 1,500 licensed co-living properties in this city. Sometimes people call them HMOs or houses of multiple occupancy, but they're essentially co-living. The people who are occupying these are in many of them old Victorian terraced houses, small bedrooms, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to a dozen crammed into these properties with a small lounge or kitchen. Often the lounge has been turned into a bedroom, so the only joint amenity space will be a small kitchen. These properties are often, and I'm mindful that actually in general the housing stock in the city is good, but there are a number of properties that have very poor energy performance ratings, and that needs to be improved. And many of those have been converted into HMOs, but proposals like this one in front of you tonight means that there'll be new builds, so there'll be lower running costs for the people in these large HMOs that are being termed co-living. and that will reduce bills for the people that live in there. It will reduce the maintenance for the landlords, so that they can then invest in other areas, like we've heard, in making sure that the green space is kept outside the front of these properties. That provision for cycle storage is there, so that people can live and access the train stations nearby, so that they can go about their business, going to work, school, meet friends, meet family, the social things. It's really well served, this development. You've got St Thomas train station nearby. There's also the Marsh Barton train station nearby, very recently opened. St David's station, the main line station, is it was talked about as being cyclable earlier. I think it's just over a mile along a flat, lovely riverside walk from this proposed site. So eminently walkable for lots of people, admittedly not for everybody, but for lots of people too. It's also not far to wander up the hill to Central Station from down there, so it's very well served with public transport options. It is truly a sustainable site, but just want to come back onto the numbers really. So this property proposal will deliver an additional 50 affordable rent homes in our city. As I said, we've only got 100, so to jump from 100 to 150, that's an enormous net gain just on this one site. So just on that alone, I would like you to consider granting approval to this application that's in front of you. And just before I end, I do just need to address a couple of the points that were made earlier this evening. So we've talked about the number of parcels that may come to one person or another. Amazon was cited directly. I think it was a total of 119. Now, I had an Amazon delivery earlier tonight just before I came down. It was one of the last things I dealt with. And he pulled up in his electric vehicle, as they do now, because the last mile is always electric where it can be for Amazon, so sustainable on that front. He opened the back of his van, and there must have been way more than 119 parcels in there. So, somebody was trying to present to you that this number of parcels is going to cause traffic chaos. Amazon, they watch every penny, and they're going to plan the route so that that's probably one drop off per day onto this site, which I contend to you is probably less than what the number of vehicle movements coming onto this car park as it is currently is. So there may even be a net reduction in traffic. We don't know. So I just wanted to throw that in. Couldn't resist a would, could, should moment to finish on. But I just ask you to grant approval to this application, because it goes some way to delivering some of the homes that we need in our communities, not just for the people that live here now, but for the people that will want to make their lives here in the future. This is a future-proof development. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now inviting questions on the matters raised. Councillor Getchin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Could you use the microphone, please, Councillor Getchin?
Thank you, Martin, for your presentation as portfolio holder for housing. The compelling part of your argument is about affordable housing. What have you got to say that this is below the council's preferential rate of 35%, given that's a large weighting you give to the suggestion we should support this?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you're making, and it was one that was made earlier, and it's probably the sort of point I would be making if I was here speaking emotively as a ward councillor, because it's conflating two issues and trying to make them into one. The 35% is about market housing, so for sale housing. If anybody was coming to this committee with a proposal for less than 35% affordable, when they're talking about sale properties, I would have strong concerns about that, and I would probably be sat here speaking against it. This is about build to rent. This is about it's a different calculation that's done. The 20% target is a national guidance which is set, which delivers a huge number of additional affordable homes for us here in the city. As I say, we've got 100 1 and 2 bed flats that are affordable rent currently. At the end of this, if this is approved and this project is built out, there'll be nearly 150. I think that's a dramatic increase. Absolutely, I would love there to be more, but I think that gain is substantial enough for us. And policy compliant in the way that it meets the guidance for us to say this is enough in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Councillor Johnson first, and then Councillor Mitchell, or just Councillor Johnson?
No, you do both. Sometimes works. We learned this the other evening. Affordable rent. What, in your view, you've talked about it, is affordable rent? Because social rent is below. Affordable rent is usually 80% of market rent. The only similar building, if you like, is the Gorge. And you take 80% of £1,300 a month. That's not affordable in many people's books. So what do you mean by affordable? What percentage of the market rent are you saying it should be?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think affordable rent, you're right, it's a technical specification and it does refer to 80% of the market rent. One of the huge challenges we've got here in the city is that over the last decade, we have not kept pace in terms of home building of all tenure types with the population growth that's come in. So there's been a massive supply side issue. We just don't have enough homes. So that's driven up the rents. It's driven up the cost of buying homes. If we'd have delivered enough homes, that, I come back to it again, we've had a 25,000 increase in students in the last 13 years. If there'd have been 25,000 bed spaces increased at the same time, the rents would probably be broadly in line with the national trends. They would have gone up slightly, with inflation over the last period, rather than the hyperinflation we've seen here in the city because of the restriction of supply. So although 80% currently is a challenge for lots of people, absolutely, I acknowledge that, for them to be able to afford it, the more homes that are built in the city, that supply side will start to equal the demand a little bit more, so rents will flatten out over time, and that will also mean that affordable rents will become a little bit more what they say on the tin and a bit more affordable.
Thank you. Any other councillors, any other members with questions of the councillor? Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Pearce. Our next speaker under Standing Order 44, Councillor Bialik.
Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to take up too much time, and just for the interest for the people watching it, why am I speaking? In my role as leader, I try to have more of the overwhelming, overarching vision, strategy going forward for the city, because it's not just this, it's about it in general. But of course, there's been a plan to rejuvenate this part of town and the area as long as I can remember. And being an Exonian, I've been here a long time. I've seen the changes many a time. And I go round there, I've played down there, I've walked through there, cycled through there, and I know what the area is like. Most of the industry is now gone, including the old gasworks, and a few of us can remember the old gasworks, and more recently the meat rendering factory that we had there for some time. Although I never suffered so much from that, suffering from a polyp up my nose, I couldn't really quite smell it, but I understand it wasn't particularly nice for some time. And of course, that was the experience we had, and that's moved. What's left is derelict and contaminated land in the area, which isn't right for modern and a successful city like Exeter. So the whole area, Water Lane included, is all ready for change, in my view. And if we are to go down the brownfield site, if we are really to save our hills around Exeter, we really need to look at density and what we want to see for what I would regard as good urban living. This site is outmoded and obsolete, and what is left there is a bowling alley. And I understand that they're looking to move as well. So there won't be nothing. So at the moment, I mean, there were some concerns about what is the antisocial behaviour, what is the what the police have said. At the moment, it's not good at all. You wouldn't want to walk through there at the moment. It's not good. So we need to see some improvement. The key is a vibrant waterfront community, an urban village in effect, and it's a great place to live and work. And the quay itself is seeing a lot of changes. And you saw the map back in 1830. And before anybody says it, no, I wasn't around then. Okay. But I was around before the existing site went up down at Haven Banks and all of that. And I can remember what it was all like before. And that was a big outcry about that as well. And I think what we've seen there would be regarded, Chair, as most important. The Piazza Terracina, for example, they're 4 stories, as I said, as similar large blocks. So it's happening down there. A number of these apartments that we're seeing are going to be quite tall. The flats which front onto the Terracina, for example, are 4 stories, and these are similar large blocks along Haven Road. So I'm pleased and encouraged that the developer wants to bring a new development of a similar and appropriate scale to our city. Choosing to invest in this area and contribute to the next phase of regeneration is a massive vote of confidence for the city. And councillors, you are in a major strategic position here tonight to signal on how we are going to take this city forward. Are we going to increase density, improve accommodation? And we saw the picture up there from Colleton Crescent, which says the fields and the line around it is going to be important and kept. Well, I can tell you, I'm not scaremongering. I can tell you that if we can't get sites like this away, they won't have that view at Colleton Crescent for long, because Teambridge and maybe other developers will come in. They're already putting pressure on us to take these greenfield sites away. So I've often said we've got a major decision here to take. If we're not going to expand outwards, we have to go upwards. And this is what we have to do. This area of the city is well connected. You heard Councillor Pearce talk about the travel options. And if you do not regard this as a sustainable site, guys, then there's nothing going to be sustainable in this city for you to approve. If you don't have this, you just as well say no to the rest of it. We are not trying to build utopia here. We're trying to build a decent city urban environment for people to want to come and live. You've heard Councillor Pearce has said it about the number of people wanting to come into Exeter. Exeter has the biggest travel to work area outside of London. I found that difficult. Maybe Manchester, but we are a large area city which serves the area. Despite what some people may say, people want to come to Exeter. They want to come to Exeter to shop, to play, for leisure facilities, and they also want to live into Exeter. We want to build our economy for the future. We have to build sustainable places like this. Now, co-living. I hear a lot about co-living, and what I haven't heard is one development which is not bringing forward student accommodation. Sorry if I erase it. Thank goodness for that. Co-living. What is co-living? So co-living, I don't know, it's being given a bit of a dirty name by some people who are just against it, because there could be 300-400 people moving in here. We've heard a lot of people who don't like to see this, don't want this, because obviously from a very vested position, and I get that. But nobody is courting the opinion of the people who are likely to live here, the people who may want to live here, the people who may actually think this is a good way to live. Co-living, they may be in a transitional area in a way. And I don't like this trying to demonize this group of people. I have been in that position myself, where something like that would have been ideal. And I know people demonize me, by the way, Chair, but I do know that would have suited myself and a lot of other people. To live in a facility like that and to have it well managed is important. So I'm pleased that families can also live there, that it will be a balanced community. I think we will add to it, and we are sending out a massive direction here going forward. Size is everything, if I can use that expression, and people will go on about the room sizes. Well, many of us have visited St Sybil Studios, which is for young people, and we actually wax lyrical how wonderful that is. Yeah, a bit bigger than student accommodation, and most probably co-living is a bit smaller, but we say isn't that ideal for a lot of people? They've got everything they want, they need it, and there's a lot of people out there who want accommodation at a price they can afford, and it's been drawn to attention already that part of our problem is that the demand outstrips capacity. Now, I'm not one for those sort of market economics, because as long as that happens, the price is going to go up. It's always going to go up. So people can talk about the cost, and that's not a planning consideration, actually, what the rents are. They're always going to go on it. And so we talked about 20% affordable. Well, if it's 20%, shall I tell you what? It's 80%, which are for rent. And there's a lot of people in this city who would not qualify for social housing or to go onto the register. Just think about that as well. We have a duty also to the people who cannot get. So the sort of people I used to represent, bus drivers, rail workers, they would not qualify for social housing. But I'll tell you what, they would qualify for the private rent 80%. Give them a chance. Give them a chance to be able to rent a facility for how they would want to go. And I think that's very important. As for what the Exeter plan will look like, that will bring forward. We will have a decision about that. But a good question to ask the developer would be this. If you were to increase your 20% higher or to 30%, because there's only so much money they're going to spend on this sort of thing, what will you cut in order to provide that? In other words, contribution towards other things. So there's a finite amount that they've got in their viability. So I feel sure the officers would want them to give as much. But, you know, viability, there's a finite amount. So it's got your shopping trolley when you're going around the supermarket, you can only put so much into it. And if you're going to put more affordable housing, you can't put some of the other stuff. So that's a good question to ask them. What would go if you were to increase that? But think about the 80% of people who would want to rent those properties down there for a period of time. I think it's going to look a lot better, Chair. I think it will be a better thing. Now, what I did find interesting, hey, is that 2 hours of my life I can't get back? Well, I thought it was very interesting, by the way. And I've got to commend the questions that came forward from nearly every councillor to the officers. And Howard, you've done a sterling job in answering all those questions. You weren't flummoxed by any of them. You gave an answer. Maybe not an answer that you all welcomed, by the way, or you liked, but he gave an answer. That demonstrated to me one important thing, that these officers have commitment and care about what they were negotiating with the developers and what they wanted to do down at Haven Bank. So I think they've done a great job. I'm not going to fearmonger anymore, but you've got a major decision to make. I really want you to weigh up all the stuff. And I hope you come to the decision that you feel is right for Haven Banks and the signals that we are going to give to developers and other people in this city on what we're going to do about their housing crisis in this city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now inviting questions from members to the Councillor. Councillor Sheridan.
But the developers aren't a charity, are they? They're not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing this to make money. And so when you crowd people into a small space and you create what I think are deeply unattractive buildings, you're doing that not because you care about people that can't afford housing. You're doing it to make money. So I don't think there's any, bleeding hearts there. And also, what about the residents? There's been a huge objection to this. It's been protests, over 300. I mean, this is very serious. This is not, it is not, people aren't happy with this. And surely they matter as much as these fictitious people out there that you're the 80%. The people actually living in that area count too. And they don't seem to have much of a say in all of this.
Can I just ask Councillor what your question was of Councillor Perry?
Do I agree with that? But on that observation, I don't want you to think that I don't care about the local residents. Of course I do. And I'm not sure the people who are going to live in them are fictitious.
Think of them.
And the developers that, this isn't.
Well, that was the point I was trying to make. There is so, and you must ask them, there's so much money that they can put into 106, into this, and all what they can spend outside of their viability, because they are not a charity, outside of their profit, okay, that they want to make out of it. And there's so much they can put back, for want of a better expression. And if we're going to ask them to put it all back in one way, they are not going to put it in another way, because, as you say, they are not a charity.
I just say that obviously there will be an opportunity to put questions directly to the developers at a later stage.
It was the way it was being painted that I was just interested in what you thought. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm impressed that you're interested in what I think.
Are there any other questions for Councillor Bialik? In that case, thank you very much, Councillor. Right, members, we are now going to hear from the public in terms of the opponents, and I've lost my piece of paper, the name. It's going to be Mr. Richard Smith. Mr. Smith, I regret to say that unfortunately you do not have an open-ended time. The limit is 3 minutes. We'll wait until you're ready and you've got yourself switched on and organised.
Okay. I think you need to invest in a new sound system.
If only we had
doesn't
money.
eat into my 3 minutes. Bear with me.
No problem at all. Please, literally when you're ready, not don't feel rushed.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yeah, that's it. Cool. Good. Okay. So, hello, my name is Richard Smith and I speak on behalf of the Avon Banks Residents Group. With over 150 members, not just in our neighbourhood, but throughout every ward in the city. There have been 353 public objections to this application. The Quay and Heritage Canal are used by people throughout Exeter, and our friends, family, colleagues, and local businesses and others care about what happens here. I'll start by saying we do want to see housing development on brownfield land, including here. This site forms a tiny 1.7 hectare portion of the wider 36 hectare Water Lane site earmarked for around 1,600 homes. The issue here is that the applicant is proposing to put almost a fifth of those 1,600 homes on less than a 20th of the site. This is massive overdevelopment. We should not have 5 and 6 story blocks next to 2-story dwellings in any part of our city. This proposal should be rejected outright on density, appearance, height, and massing alone. The second reason to refuse this is that the proposed dry flood escape route floods. The proposed dry flood escape route floods. It flooded twice in September this year in heavy rain, and the floodwater covered both the road and the pavement. The Environment Agency computer modelling does not match the reality on the ground, and they do not appear to be aware of this. They accepted the proposed flood escape route in July, 2 months prior to these flooding events. This is a public safety issue which cannot be ignored. There is an actual risk to life here, and this needs to be properly investigated and signed off by the EA. please ask me a question about this later so I can expand. If the committee do not feel able to refuse on either of these grounds, then I request they defer making a decision whilst a balloon study is carried out into the actual heights of the buildings so that the true enormity of the proposals can be seen on the ground. It would overshadow its neighbours, impact on daylight, solar panels, be detrimental to two conservation areas. When seen from Collerton Crescent, it would take a massive chunk out of the precious views of the hillsides to the west of the city. The views from the neighbourhood up to the cathedral would be obscured, and it would tower over the climbing centre and the waterside development and would stick out like a sore thumb. In summary, it should be turned down based on its height, density, massing and appearance, and on public safety grounds and risk to life. Please do ask me about the dangerous flood escape route. I'm keen to answer any other questions you may have, and I thank you for your time. I have been passed a note around the clarification around the 30%, 35%, which I'll talk on if you want. And just to correct the record, if you want to ask me also about the bowling alley, they've got no intention of moving out. It's not a dangerous site to walk through at night, despite the poor trails that you may have had. Perfect.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Smith. I see questions from members. I see Councillor Jobson, Bennett and Ketching. Give me a moment to write these down.
Thank you. I'm more than happy to ask you about the dry flood escape route. Can you tell me, that was the September flash flooding that happened? Is it waste water or does it include sewage?
So I believe it was surface water runoff. So Haven Road drops down to Water Lane, and when it rains, there's normally a puddle on that junction. Whereas this rain was extremely heavy, and that is the dry flood escape route proposed for this proposal. It covered the road and the pavement. I don't know what caused it. It could have been a block drain. It could have been a block drain on the place where the water collected, or it could have been a block drain on somewhere else that another bit of road that flooded down to it. But the important thing is the EA have not acknowledged, despite being emailed about this by me, they've not acknowledged the flood events. I've got a sequence of events which I could read out to you if you want, but it's just basically it's dangerous.
Yep. That is, do you know if any CCTV cameras any cameras have been put down by the water company down the drains to see if the drains or the sewage piping is blocked at all?
No, I don't know of that. I suspect it wasn't permanently blocked down the drains. It was probably leaves from trees. But you can imagine a situation where there's an enormous amount of rain falling on the moors and in the city. And so we've got limited time to evacuate people. And the only route proposed is flooded. So it becomes, rather than an evacuation, it turns into a search and rescue operation. And people can't stay put because if they need an ambulance, how's that going to get to them? They can't walk through it because it's dangerous. There might be obstacles. Manhole covers come up, and if they do stay put and there's a fire or something, then they can't escape. It's just unsafe, and the Environment Agency need to sign off on this before this is given any approval.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Could you expand on your concerns about lack of lighting in the existing residents' homes and gardens, please?
Yeah, I mean it's really bad. One of my neighbours who's here tonight has described it as if she's going to be living in a cave. I mean it's really bad. Some of the actual report, the lighting report, talks about the significant impact on some people, and I think it will mess with people's solar panels, and I think that I think there are rules or laws or something about being able to do that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on planning. That's for you guys.
Okay. Councillor Ketching first, please, and then Councillor Mitchell.
just two questions. One is, could you, as you suggested, we should go into the 35% and your view on that, and just give us your ratios again to explain. That caught my attention. I didn't catch it the first time, but the ratios of the push to maximise this site compared to the rest of Water Lane, and you sort of gave some numbers just to get clarity.
Okay, so first on the affordable housing, apparently the policy is that 35% of all homes in a development be affordable, of which some are council housing, some social housing, some are first homes. And it's not true that this applies only to homes to buy. It also applies, apparently, I'm told, to houses to rent. On the second point, so just to dig into the numbers a bit more, so the 423 homes here have been, some of which are co-living, so they don't really count as a full home. So really for the site, we're looking at 280 homes if you take kind of the government rules around that, and that's 17.5% of the 1,600 for the total site. But then if you look at the percentage of the land, which is 1.7 hectares out of 36, that's 4.7% of the land. So we're looking to squeeze 17.5% of the total requirement into 4.7% of the total land area, which is overdevelopment and is a very high density. So it just needs to be a couple of stories shorter.
Councillor Mitchell.
You mentioned in your 3 minutes worth the idea of a balloon study. Having tried this in my own ward, I understand they are no longer available. It's not the latest technique to use. So could you please amplify for us what you hoped to show if you had been able to do a balloon study? What point were you trying to prove to us?
Yeah, so I think it's been raised that there haven't really been shared any views from the people's back gardens, and I don't want to come across as an NIMBY, but it is important. Block A in particular impacts me. I can talk on that. Currently, I look out on some trees, and then there's a waterside development set quite way back. This would bring a brick wall significantly higher to the back of my property and my neighbours. Block, I'm not sure what the letter is now, but block D again is massive. They're all just massive. I think I wanted to just show, if you stand on the ground and look at it, it's very different from seeing a picture from a choice angle. So that was, yeah.
Councillor Wardle.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In relation to the flooding, with just looking at the recommendation, and it's an absolutely fair point you make, because I've seen flooding in that area over the decades. It's a very fair point. But it does say here there's a recommendation that the contribution be made from this development in combination with other developments in the Water Lane area to the delivery of strategic flood escape route for Water Lane area in a timely manner, some to be confirmed following options appraisal and technical design. So it looks as though that's been built into the recommendation. Would you acknowledge that that's there?
So at the moment, the wider Water Lane application is only in outline planning. So it could be years before a safe flood escape route is built over the railway line, which is what is proposed for the Water Lane development. So whilst I acknowledge it, some contribution would be made, it's not clear how that contribution is calculated, whether it's based on surface area or population or anything, and it's certainly not clear when it will arrive, and the current proposal is unsafe.
Anybody else with questions? In that case, Mr. Smith, thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be a supporter from Copeland Estates, Colin McQuest, please. Again, Mr. Quest, I'll point out that you will have 3 minutes, and You have to press the right hand one. Yeah, make sure it's working for you.
Can you hear me okay?
You can hear me okay.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. Let me start by summarising what the application will do. It will reinvigorate an underused and predominantly redundant retail park into a vibrant, sustainable and exciting new neighbourhood, which fully aligns and will kickstart Exeter City Council's livable Exeter vision. It will achieve that in line with your emerging policies and aspirations for the city. Our proposals reflect the site's identification for a comprehensive residential-led development and about well-designed and respectful. They will contribute a significant number of new homes within a high-quality development, helping Exeter meet its housing need and address the shortfall in 5-year housing land supply. Now, if I may, let me explain more what this application will bring. Our development will bring new studio, 1, 2, 3-bedroom homes on a sustainable brownfield site located a stone's throw from the city centre. It will provide a new form of tenure to this part of Exeter, being professionally managed build-to-rent accommodation. 84 of these new homes will be provided as affordable in compliance with City Council's policy. The application will bring significant investment into the Water Lane area. The 75 million construction budget will filter down to the local subcontractor market, and the scheme, when completed, will contribute an estimated 2.5 million of additional local expenditure. It is important to note how we have brought this application to committee. We've been working on it for over 2.5 years, and that effort in close collaboration with your officers and local stakeholders is reflected in the quality and sustainability as well in front of you for determination. We've consulted extensively as we passionately believe that a well-consulted scheme is a better scheme. We've sought to positively address the wide and varied comments that we've received and made a number of changes to the scheme over the course of the consultation. Whilst we always strive to address any concerns raised, we cannot incorporate every piece of feedback and must have regard to local and national policy in delivering this scheme. Planning will always be about balancing sometimes conflicting opinions and impacts. And as your officers recommend, the substantial benefits of this application now clearly outweigh any perceived harm. Through the process, we have been open to meeting anybody who wishes to express a view, either formally or informally, and these views have helped the proposals evolve. Attitudes to travels are changing, including from car to alternative modes of transport, including walking, cycling, and use of public transport. To respond to this and in line with your policies and officers' requirements, we've adopted a car-light approach, which improved pedestrian connections, significant cycle provision, access to car clubs, and financial contributions to local initiatives. I've 30 seconds.
No, I'm sorry, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the end anyway. Thank you.
Hopefully what will happen is that in the questions that you receive, you'll get a chance to draw out some of the other things there. Now, before we start, I'm going to ask a question, if I may. Councillor Pearce, when he was talking about affordable homes, was mentioning 50 as an increase on 100. You specifically mentioned the number 84 in that. That, if we're looking at the things there, is nearly 30%. So what actually is the number?
It is intended to provide 20% affordable across the whole range, including the co-living. So there's 423 units, so 20% of that is 84.
Thank you very much. Right, other members, do you have questions? I'll start with Councillor Jobson first, then Councillor Vizard.
Thank you. Can you just confirm from the figures you've just given? I have another question, which I'd just like to follow that up. Whether that will include all the types of housing, so the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, it's not all going to be crammed into the co-living.
No, that's not the intention.
Right. So the questions I wanted to ask were about the children's play space. I couldn't see on any of the pretty pictures that there is a play park for young infants or one for older children, and no space for kids to kick a football. Now, if you've got 3-bedroom houses, you're going to have kids in them. And I know that there is a contribution to Section 106, but that's off-site. That means no parent can just let their kid go off what play space, external play space, will there be outside this development to meet the needs of differing types of children?
Well, we've sought all along in the main street in between blocks B and D. I think we've referenced it to be the 20-meter wide boulevard. In part of that landscaping is to introduce active play activities for kids, such as stepping stones or bars, so it becomes part of the journey as you come through the scheme. So there is an element of children's play space within that. There's obviously the provision of the trampoline at the top end beside Block B. Probably admission to the kicking football bit, I would hope is covered through the off-site contribution, and that certain facilities can be provided for maybe the more teenage groups to kick a football around rather than in an urban environment like that. But certainly along the street, it's been integrated within the landscaping.
When we're on grass, beyond it.
There'll be bits on the grass, or there could be some gravel, and you can see it quite a lot where it gets integrated within landscape proposals, where there's elements of play as you take a journey up the street.
Councillor Vizard. Thank you, Chair. We've heard mention of the car parking spaces. How will is it 32? How will they be managed? Is it going to be a bit of a bun fight? What's the prioritisation and criteria?
Probably yet to be determined. I think common sense would suggest that the occupants of the co-living will not require a car parking space. I suspect the demand will become largely from maybe the family units who may understandably have access to a car, and some of the two-bedroom accommodations. But I think all the tenants in this that will come into this scheme will come in the full knowledge when they sign up to their agreement that there is very limited, if no, car parking space available, and they will make that decision at that time before they commit. There's also the 5 car club, which we hope at that time will be available and used intensively. We spent a long time researching a lot of similar schemes, because I think it's good practice to go and see what other people have done around the country. And I think the overwhelming response was actually the car parking provided in build to rent particularly was heavily underutilized. So I think people are moving to other modes of transport.
If I may, Chair, a second question, if I may, which is just, we've heard a lot of concern about scale. We've heard concern about overshadowing. We understand, and I think residents understand the need for density on a brownfield site in an urban area. So, what was the driver for the scale and number of stories that we are talking about in these 4 blocks? Were you able to push this further in terms of reducing a story or 2 here and there? And if not, why not?
I think, being perfectly frank, our first go at this was probably a bit taller than what you had today, and I think we spent a lot of time researching the height of the buildings in its immediate locality. Obviously, we've got the housing stock, and then the coolings and waterside development, which we're starting to raise up, and this felt the next natural step. We always have to strike a balance between viability. I think with a product like build to rent, it comes with a significant management and community facilities, and there needs to be a sort of a critical mass of tenants there to support that on-site management support and gyms and all that kind of stuff that goes with it. So it's like everything in life, it's striking that balance, and I think it's taken us a long time with consultation and input from the council's officers to get that balance as right as we could.
Councillor Mitchell.
I think you used the term management several times. This, for us, a buy to rent of this scale, co-living of this scale. Could you please tell us what the role of your organisation is? Are you literally developing the site and offloading it to other lessees, or are you there for life and therefore the people responsible for elements of this site for years to come?
No, that's a good question. We are a developer. And I think, subject to whether we get approval tonight, our next step is that we will be building. It's our role. We're not going to sell the site once planning is achieved. So what we will do is source a partner who will probably look to own the building long term. So this will be a professional institutional manager who will derive the income from it long term. We wouldn't have that role of long term custodian of a project like this, but it probably serves as an advantage because it's going to be a professionally managed institution owning this, because we talk about transiency, and I have probably a slightly different view, because I think the beauty about the build to rent product is it actually gives tenants more security than perhaps going out and renting a flat in the rest of Exeter, and that the landowner in this instance is motivated by long-term income. So there will be no instance where a tenant is displaced on 2 months' notice and vacated. And in some instances, they can be granted leases of three, maybe 5 years. So it gives the tenant a bit more security. So I understand that there could be a perception of an element of transient, but I actually have the opposite view.
So you could get a situation where each block had a separate landlord.
No, we would. No, I think it would be very important of us delivering this in the next step that there was a single entity managing the entire lot.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you. Yes, just a question on the affordable homes in terms of when they will be made available or released. Obviously, this is going to be a significant development with several different blocks being built. So would it be a case of, say, as each block is finished, a percentage would be released for affordable rent in that block, or would it be at the end of the project development? That's question number one, and I'll ask my next question afterwards if that's okay.
I hope I might be falling down on Howard's high standards. I probably don't have an accurate answer as the exact timing of when the affordable will be released. I would imagine the mechanism was established through the 106 discussions, but and they may be imposed that if X percentage of flats are let, X percentage of affordable homes are provided, and I think that's fine. The affordable provision is weaved and contained within our financial modelling, so that the timing of the release doesn't really have any impact. So I think we can be quite supportive of any proposals that you'd like to bring forward in terms of provision of affordable housing.
Thank you very much. That's good to hear. So the next question was regarding the provision of car hire and bike hire. Obviously, as mentioned previously, unfortunately, we have lost our co-bikes and co-cars provision in the city, and a new provider is being sought but has not yet been found. So in the event that we don't find a citywide supplier, how do you propose you will deliver that that service, that element that's been kind of promised?
It's a very good question. I mean, I think I'm sincerely hoping that somebody will be available in a city the size of Exeter to fill the gap that has existed. And I think, I'm optimistic. I'm sure by the time this is delivered, assuming we get the consent tonight, in 3 years' time, there will be a number of operators. I think the message we will do everything we can to make sure that both those elements are provided. I can't guarantee it today, but we will make sure that is done. I think they're a great asset to the scheme in terms of our car light policy, and I think people who use this just need a car for a few hours on a Saturday. So I think sometimes it may be a bit like the Ryanair analogy. If you create the demand, people will come, and potentially an operator will see that there's potentially 600-700 people there will grasp the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm inviting any other questions. In that case, Mr. Professor, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I shall pass our Director of City Development for a summing up before we move to debate.
Thank you, Chair. And and thank you for staying with us. We're 3.5 hours in already and we're not done yet. But you know what? It's really important that we do take this time. This is an incredibly important application for Exeter. So we do need to take you through the issues carefully and constructively. And I believe that's what we've been doing tonight. But why is this application so important? It's the first planning application that this planning committee has heard, has been based on a livable Exeter site, has been considered in the context of the livable Exeter principles that are in your emerging new local plan. It's a critical moment then for this council in terms of your brownfield first strategy. And it will be a key test of that strategy to see whether it's actually deliverable. So there's more at stake on this application than you would normally expect. Hence, it's a special planning committee tonight on a full planning application with all the details there for you. We as officers believe that this will have an overwhelming positive impact, not just on Water Lane, but on the city as a whole. But we're very mindful, I'm very mindful, that residents and stakeholders have serious concerns. They must be considered as well. And I know that you've heard and listened. I know that you've read those comments in the paperwork. So our role as officers is to take you through those complex issues. And it's very difficult because you've heard really conflicting and contrasting comments this evening. Our job is to try and guide you through those complex issues and enable you as the decision maker to apply the weight that's appropriate to those various and conflicting issues. So to enable you to do that, we've produced this, a really detailed manual, almost a report, which contains a full technical assessment of all the issues. That technical assessment has been informed by experts from various fields, including government agencies. I will return to the flooding issue in a moment, but the Environment Agency are key to this. They have included comments in there. There's more information, of course, than what's in that report, and we've taken you through some of that, again, in an incredibly detailed officer presentation. We took about an hour because I timed it. But again, that was really important. And I was very encouraged by the number of questions that you raised to us as officers. It was really important. It showed to me that you've understood the issues and that you've taken an interest in the concerns that you've heard. Finally, just in terms of the preamble, we're in a unique position as well, because this application and the negotiation and the collaboration that we've achieved with developers been informed by a new set of tools, which we're bringing forward through a draft development framework and design code. Quite a unique position to be in. That document doesn't have significant weight in terms of decision making, but it's been influential, and it is a material consideration when we come to make the decision, or when you come to make the decision. So the officer's recommendation, it's up there, is a balanced one. Of course, it must be a balanced, but be in no doubt, your officers are fully in favour of this application, having given this level of assessment. So what have we heard this evening? Some passionate speeches, both for and against this application. I come back to the detailed technical assessment. That is your pathway to making the decision. That is the information that you must give weight to when you consider these really conflicting issues. So I want to summarise some of those issues for you, but I won't take too long over it. This is a largely derelict and redundant site. Don't think anybody disagrees with that. It offers very little for that community that lives there. In fact, I would say it is a negative on the area, impacts negatively on Water Lane, Haven Banks and the Quay. So new housing offers an alternative, a transformational opportunity to change that site from a negative into a positive for that local community, but for also for many other people. As with all livable Exeter schemes, we're looking for the highest level of quality. And this is in some regards, Water Lane is a flagship for that, because it's the first scheme, the first livable Exeter area that's going to come forward for development. And you've heard the keenness of the developer, of the applicant to do that. They're committed to delivering something here. So why they've invested so much energy and time in a full planning application. That's going to be really important when we come to look at the local plan through an examination, because an planning inspector will want to know there's some certainty over delivery are proposed. They are homes. They're for people to live in. In my definition, that's a home. Some of them are built to rent apartments. The majority are. Some are co-living studios. What's interesting for me is that that's a new form of housing for this area, which will add and complement the housing that's already there. So that is a good balance. That is balanced housing. This proposal will also give and provide very good living conditions. In fact, we think it's better than good practice, better than we've seen anywhere else in this city at the moment. And that's for single people, for couples, and for families. Now, we've heard a lot about affordable. Let's be really clear about this affordable housing issue. National planning policy framework is government policy. It's high-level planning policy. And when there isn't a local policy, that has the highest level of weight. We do not have a local plan policy for build to rent. Our planning policy deals for 35% affordable, deals with other types of housing. So we have to rely on that national planning policy, which says a minimum 20%. And that's what is being offered. 20% affordable rent is in line with the national planning policy that, in the absence of a local policy, we have to adhere to. Now, we've also talked about the type of accommodation. A lot of these apartments are designed for families. They'll have balconies, they'll have access to terraces, there's private amenity space, and there's a street in the middle of the scheme for children to play in. That will create an environment for a mix of uses, a mix of people, the kind of vibrancy that I think we're all striving for, the kind of balance in a community that we're all trying to strive for. Now, there's also been a lot of discussion tonight about density, what the meaning of density is. I'll take a description of gentle density, something that is being talked about a lot now in planning, in the world of planning. That means it's predominantly 4 to 5 stories, which this is. The blocks respect and complement that existing area. As we've seen, there are similar sized blocks dotted about this area, opposite the site, on the other side of the road, in fact. So that integrates with that area, that respects the character of that area. And these new buildings are of a human scale, and they're of a mixed use. So they're not all one type of occupancy. Now, this development will also enhance neighbourhood connectivity, and that is really important when we consider density. So the streetscapes that have been created, the pedestrian thoroughfares, the pathways, the public spaces, they'll all foster that social interaction that we strive for in development, in planning, in mixed-use communities. And that will create safer environments as well and encourage walkability. So we've also talked about the environmental performance and standards for industry. There are many ways of assessing those environmental performances and standards. We've made that assessment and professionals have made that assessment. This lines up very well with a range of standards. We'll always strive for better, but this building or these sets of buildings will perform very well. I'm nearly done. And the one other big issue that seemed to draw a lot of attention tonight was around flooding. A really important consideration in an area like Water Lane. The clue is in the name. So we've worked really closely with the Environment Agency. I've met personally senior people in the Environment Agency over this application and Water Lane generally on numerous times. Now, the Environment Agency is the government's statutory body whose prime responsibility is to protect areas from flooding. They have done detailed modelling over 2 to 3 years that are fed in to the assessment of this application and that wider Water Lane design code. Their professional expertise has been at the forefront of a strategy that we're working together with the Environment Agency on to unlock this site and protect future residents from that flood event that will happen. So we're not talking about flooding that's happened recently. We're talking about a major flood risk event. And in order to do that, we need a means of escape for people. That strategy will unfold over time. And this development will contribute to that financially to deliver that scheme, but it will also contribute in terms of making a connection. So there is a dry route connection built into the design of this scheme, along with the protection that the existing or future resident would need immediately. So the Environment Agency are happy with that. They've signed that strategy off. They've said that they're happy with the proposals for this application. So remember what I said, this is the government's statutory body responsible for protecting us from flooding. They've signed this off. So in conclusion, I want to thank my team first of all. They've spent 18 months working on this application. The design has evolved significantly. They feel now this is able, and I agree with them, it's now ready for you to consider and make a decision on. We're confident in this scheme, and we're confident that it's the right scheme for an ambitious city like Exeter. We also are very clear that this scheme would benefit the local area and would outweigh some of the harms which we have highlighted in the report. The overarching benefit is clear to us as officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Members, we're now moving into the debate stage. I'll remind you that I want you to try and have one go at it. So if I call you, then you can speak. We'll get everything out there, and hopefully everybody will have an opportunity to put their point across. I'll start off with you, Councillor Ketchum.
Is there an opportunity to ask the Director of City Development about a strategic element that's been raised this evening? I don't know if we normally do that.
I'm going to seek advice.
There's a strategic issues, not about the details of the app. You've heard all of that.
We heard all that. As you've said, this is a precedent keystone moment to deliver the bigger vision, isn't it? And we've done a lot of work as a group, going to Bristol and all the rest of it, to kind of grasp the gravity of this. Can you just talk briefly to the key issue that's been raised about massing, that this sort of ratio of it's sort of 3.5 times higher density massing in this site compared with the rest of Water Lane? Because that's, to me, sort of the loose end that I just haven't got a sense of. Does that mean?
It's not.
Is that not? Is that?
No, I do understand what you're saying, Councillor Ketchin. My opinion as chair is that what we are discussing is the proposal before us. Obviously, officers did introduce the concept of the whole Haven Banks thing, and that is why I allowed that to be continued in presentations that we've heard. The document in front of you is a very, very complex, long and detailed presentation on this proposal. And whilst I understand the reason why you're asking the question, I think that really we should be focusing on this. At the same time, the director himself has said already that this is the first potential sort of piece in a much larger picture. But I really do want, I mean, I'm conscious that we're at 9:15 already, but I really do want to make sure we have a full debate on this proposal rather than getting perhaps off down a long and muddy track about the future. Let's talk about the present and what we're on here. Now, Councillor Ketchin, you did start. Do you want to, or do you want to come back later? Yeah, okay, I understand. Yes, thank you very much for making that point. Right, I'm now looking for a member to launch our debate. And if you don't speak soon, I shall put my 2 pence in. No, okay. Oh, Councillor Jobson.
Whilst we clearly want to see brownfield sites developed, we want to see them developed well. We don't want residents crammed in, as in my having listened to everything. This is not going to be really a family-friendly development because of the density and the massing within these blocks. I come back to the point that the Civic Society made about lack of children's play space. I'm afraid the answer didn't really satisfy me. I'm trying to find it now. Anyway, the Civic Society raised the issue of children's play area. You know, hopscotch and perhaps the ability for children to play on a bit of grass is not a children's play area. If we have older children, teenagers, pre-teenagers, they'll want to do more than play hopscotch. They will want to kick a ball. Kicking a ball requires space where you can put a net up that you aren't going to bang passing walkers on the head. If they don't get that on site, they become disgruntled, and there can then be, from even the nicest teenagers, normally some antisocial behaviour because they're bored. It is right that there is going to be some Section 106 money for off-site development, but no parent in this day and age can say to a kid, okay, see you later. The days when children could be let out to go off a couple of miles to a football ground on their own are sadly past. So I don't think sufficient consideration has been given to actually living there. It's good to see that there will be some 1-bedroom flats, some 2-bedroom and some 3-bedroom. But I don't think that the facilities are there for people. I think also I struggle with this affordable, because we all know that for the vast majority of people, affordable on a build-to-rent development like this will not be affordable. It won't be affordable for people on the lower end, anybody on below the average Exeter wage. And don't forget, Exeter tends to still be slightly lower than the national average. It won't take anyone off the waiting list. it again is going to be a development that people moving into Exeter onto professional jobs, they may well be able to take it, but what we are looking for in Exeter are homes for families. So that's the development from the inside, if you like. I hear what the director says about the Environment Agency, but I also understand that that was signed off before we had the September flooding. Both Councillor Asperchin and I know a lot about the September flooding because we residents in our area suffered very badly from it. That's why I specifically asked about whether it was sewage or just wastewater. And we don't know the answer to that, and I am concerned that too little thought has been given to that September incident, which caused widespread havoc and is becoming more frequent. That's the second time there has been significant flooding in Exeter in this year. And I don't think that we can underestimate the detriment that this is going to do to existing residents who have put their hearts and souls into creating homes for them and their families to live in. Some of them are now going to be cast into darkness for time. They're going to lose a certain amount of light. A lot of them will be overlooked, and even if the property is a few meters away, they will know, they will perceive all the time that somebody is watching them when they're in their back garden. So I think more can yet be done on this scheme. I won't be voting in favour of it for those reasons, but knowing that if that was the result of this committee, this scheme would be deferred, in effect, and that would give an opportunity for the developer to come up to talk again to local residents and see if there's more that can be done, reducing the height a bit, putting in a bit more space between buildings, lowering a bit. I don't know, but there's all sorts of things that could be done. And I think the last thing I would say is I remain very concerned about this hotel style accommodation, which is what co-living is in effect, long corridors with rooms off either side. It relies on everyone wanting to have a sort of jolly time in the community room. It does not take into account if somebody's had a bad day or they're not feeling so good or they have mental health issues. They could be very easily and very quickly isolated in a room off a long corridor. And I think it is such a shame when these buildings come forward that they don't think about real people living there and not some. There's been no assessment as to whether or not Exeter needs co-living. It might work well in London. We're not London. We don't know how many people who can afford between £900 and nearly £1,400 a month want to going to continue living in effectively a bedsit with a communal kitchen. And so I think more work could be done. I'm very grateful to the officers for the work they have done and for the developer for coming forward with a plan. But I think there is more there that could benefit the people of Exeter, and particularly those that we need, the key workers who are not always on high salaries, who could not afford this accommodation even at affordable levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm genuinely conflicted over this one because in the end it's a balance. You've got to make a judgment call on what you think is best for the community and for Exeter. I clearly welcome the development on a brownfield site. I clearly welcome a build to rent, and I welcome co-living in this particular area. That is not the issue on that. I am concerned about the massing and density on the site and the impact that will have on the community as a whole, not just this distinct community, but the broader community and the impact that will have. I listened carefully to Councillor Diana Moore and made my notes, and she raised 20 individual points of criticism or comment that could be made against us. And I'm not going to go through them because all members have them. Even if half of them were wrong, there are still grounds here for us to say, hang on, do we need to think again about this one? Because I think the point that the director made right at the beginning is important. This is setting a standard for brownfield developments in Exeter. If we don't get this one right, we won't get any of them right. So therefore, we've got to take additional care with this one as the first application of this nature to come in. We want it, but we want the scale and massing, and we want it to sit in a cohesive community, not to be isolated. So at this stage, I would be voting against seeking a deferment so that further discussions can take place, so that we get a scheme that marries, I think, more closely to the needs of the community in Exeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one, Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Exeter does need more homes desperately, and this will offer a range of different properties which will meet a huge housing shortage that we have in the city. I just want to talk. There's been a lot of comments about lack of parks, lack of football places to play football, lack of things for teenagers to do, and also sort of removal of trees and things like that. I just want to remind all councillors where this development is. It's at the quay. It's near Riverside Valley Park, which has masses and masses of outdoor space. And I know this area very, very well, having worked there, lived very close to it, travelled through it to get to my own ward. In terms of play areas, there's a play park very, very close. In terms of things for teenagers to do, there's a climbing centre, there's water sports, there's flower pot playing fields very, very close. There is a lot of public amenity very, very close to this development, which you wouldn't see in an out-of-town development. We wouldn't be getting that on the edge of Pinhoe. There's lots and lots and lots of things to do in the area. And of course, town is only a short journey away. Comments on co-living. Co-living is a new thing, and it's not something that most people here would have experienced. So I do understand, that kind of resistance to something new. I have a friend who has a daughter in a co-living space, yes, in London, but it's perfect for her and her partner, with the amenities and also the sort of shared community that it creates. There's mention of sort of mental health crises being created. Take a look at the Gorges website. Mental health concerns seem to be baked in from the outset, a lot more than anybody would experience in a sort of HMO, actually in a bedsit, in a large sort of shared, broken up house. These are communities, and there is care taken over the residents. So I will be supporting this development. I think it brings much needed housing in a very, very sensible location. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on my list, I have Councillor Vizard. Thank you very much. I think it is worth just saying thank you to everybody actually that's contributed tonight. I think, yes, it's been 3.5 hours and counting. Is that right? Even more? 4.5. Yes, 4 hours and counting. But actually, it feels worth it. We have thoroughly delved into this. We've covered a lot of topics. We've heard from objectors and supporters alike, and everybody's contribution is incredibly valuable. And I think it also outlines what a difficult decision this committee has, where we are faced with these really game-changing applications. They are phenomenally difficult, and we have to make decisions on balance, not making speculative thoughts about what might or might not happen in these communities. So that's the position I've thought very, very long and hard about. In terms of the flooding issue, which I was certainly concerned about and have been somewhat reassured, it is absolutely right that the Environment Agency have said, and it says here, based on the information now submitted and assuming your authority is satisfied with the emergency planning implications associated with the application, we consider that the proposed development will be acceptable. It goes on to make some provisions. The conditions in the report covering flooding, number 9, number 12, 13, 15 and 21 all cover flooding. So while there are some unanswered questions around this, I'm confident that it is in the right hands, that we wouldn't be signing off on something we did not know about, and that the Environment Agency, whatever we might think of them, and they're imperfect, of course, as all government agencies are, they are the right people to be assessing and reviewing this. So I think we have some protections under the conditions. In terms of the scale, I fully understand where people are coming from. I've been there. I've objected to planning applications much smaller scale than this myself as a ward councillor and also as a resident before becoming a councillor. So I do understand it. It is very difficult. It's not easy when faced with something new. But I think when we're talking about brownfield sites and density, this is the kind of scale we are looking at. And that is going to have that's going to be an adjustment, I think, for many of us. I think it could have been a lot larger. I suspect it was to start with. I didn't see those initial plans. So thank you to the officers for the work done on negotiating that down to where we are now. It's not ideal, but I think that is the sort of scale, and providing 423 homes, 84 of which are affordable, is the benefit of when we're looking at that. And I think this site can sustain it. I've written down other things. It's a sustainable site. The travel options are there. It improves safety. I actually think the design is impressive. I like it overall. Increased surveillance, biodiversity net gain of nearly 25%, as opposed to the minimum requirement or recommendation of 10%. Urban cooling we heard about, urban greening we heard about, the public permeability of the site, the views of the hills across from the other side of the quay. It will be more protected. Yes, they'll be changed, but protected they will be from what we have seen. Traffic calming measures, the raised table on Haven Road is very welcome. Speeding has been an issue on that road, I know. The tree planting is helpful. I have some concerns about loss of trees, as we all do, but very important points were made about where those trees are currently on a car park. And actually, the benefit of the new trees will be greater, I think. The fact that it's low car reduces overall the number of car journeys, according to Devon County Council's comments. The local infrastructure is there. We've seen the opportunity for co-car and co-bike rental. I hope that does come forward. That remains a concern until we do identify another company. Of course, it remains a concern, but that is there. We know that there'll be Section 106 contributions. It may well be with Mallison Bridge. It may well be for the dangerous Alphington Road crossing. So we've heard that those are possibilities. I think we have to trust our officers to make those negotiations and make the right decisions on Section 106. On co-living, I've had a lot of skepticism about this myself. People know my views on the Gorge, on Heavitree Road. However, increasingly I feel it's not for me or for us as members to be commenting on how people should live. There clearly is a market for this type of housing. It's part of the mix here, and I'm not sure we should be telling people what or how they should live, in what situations they should live. And actually, we know that increasingly people are working on shorter term contracts, whether it's in the NHS or other public sector. So there is a need for different types of homes, and there will be affordable homes as part of this equation. I think I'm there. Loss of light remains my biggest concern about this. That is extremely regrettable for the neighbours. But as I'll come back to my initial point on making balanced judgments. Although that is regrettable, and it's a real pity that could not have been overcome. But on balance, I will be supporting this application tonight, despite some reservations along those lines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on my list, I have Councillor Williams. Thank you, Chair. As someone who represents a ward further down the river, obviously flooding was uppermost in my mind as well when hearing the questions and the presentation from officers. Someone's been elected just under a year. If you told me this time last year before Christmas I would spend a beautiful winter Saturday, and friends asked me, how did you spend your weekend, Matthew? I said I was up to my eyes in a planning application, and I think that was completely right, in that this serious debate that we had this evening, and the document and the video and the representations that we had sent to us from members just kind of act as a sobering reminder of just how important a decision we're faced with this evening. And listening to that, I've heard lots of comments, yes, about density and massing, but also about heritage. That was brought up by some of the residents' comments as well. Is it in keeping with the character of the area? Around affordability, we've spoken about that. Like Councillor Vizard, privacy, loss of light, and the loss of trees is something that greatly concerns me. And then I turn to our 5-year land supply and lack thereof, and the fact that we have 4 years and 4 months worth, and what that means in national planning policy framework implications, particularly paragraph 11D that you mentioned. And I agree with what the director said, and I'd like to echo that about what sort of an acid test it is for us as an authority, and what sort of city do we want to be. And as someone who's grown up here, I think that we seek to, where we can do, provide quality developments whilst addressing and mitigating where possible the concerns that residents have raised. So people say, okay, let's build on brownfield sites. Something comes forward like this. Is there the infrastructure to support it? And I know the contributions towards local education and towards local health provision, which is absolutely vital. For me, as well, others have said around this is close to train stations. It's a great place to walk. It's a great place to cycle. It's a great place to get the bus. And I'm sure that it will be a great place to live. So I think all of that taken together in balance, I come back to what sort of city do we want to be? We want to have, this is absolutely a keystone for our water lane development. We want to have places that people can live in. We want people, I'm overjoyed by the fact we want to have people to come to live in Exeter as a growing city. I think it's a real shame around this loss of light that we come back to here, but on balance, I will be supporting this, because I think that in terms of the vision for our city, it's a decent application, and what the work that the officers have done with the applicant should be commended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Azrashin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I've just got a few points here. As Councillor Jobson said, I know all about flooding. We both know, we probably all do around here. And that was probably my biggest concern when this first came along. But I'm fairly happy that this has been addressed. And as I think we all know, flooding happens a lot more than it used to, and is going to continue flooding no matter what we do, unless we sort out the planet first. But that's another question, another time. And also co-living. I personally would have loved to do co-living. I know it's not for everyone, but then not everybody wants to have a family home either. There are lots of people who are single or who are in couples who would also like to have them. And people have been mentioning it being transient. Well, how many of us here have all lived in one house for our entire lives? Not very many of us. Most of us move out of our family home, or most of us want to upgrade our home at some point. So I don't think that really is an issue here. The fact about loneliness, that can happen in any kind of accommodation. So I think you're probably less likely to be lonely in these, because there's always going to be someone around that you can go and see. I actually like the design, which doesn't happen in this environment very often. I normally say they're hideous and get told off for it. And it's nice to see that the officers have taken such a long time and worked with what seems to have been a fairly sympathetic developer. I'm also, very aware that we need affordable homes, and obviously in an ideal world that's what we would be building. But unfortunately, as a planning committee, we don't have any control over that. So all we can do is judge what we have in front of us. And then finally, just a little point on the loss of light. I also find that very depressing. I live in a loft conversion, and I have loss of light to the point where I have to have my light on in the summer, and it's darker in the winter because I've got a Norway maple tree in the school behind us that now has grown so big. It's only when the leaves fall off in the winter that I can actually have any light in my window. So it's not just buildings that cause that, unfortunately. So be careful what you wish for, really.
Councillor Warwick.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I understand the arguments that the. Sorry, I'll step back. I understand. I understand the arguments that the local residents have put forward. It's a change. It's a shock to the system. Whatever. I live out in Alphington, where we're going through a massive building. The farmland out there is being torn up, class 1 farmland, and a lot of the people at the meetings I go to say to me, why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep digging up the farmland? Why don't they build on brownfield sites? Why don't they utilize? There's loads in Exeter that they could build on. And you know, this is kind of the first. Well, it is the first. Go at this, and I think it's important that because brownfield sites, as far as I understand it, are, well, obviously there's less of them than greenfield sites. It's a darn sight easier to go out and tear up the farmland than what it is to look for ex-industrial sites or whatever. And I think the important thing is that when we do this, that we use our imaginations and initiatives, and that what we do is we look at what we can get in that land. And I'm not talking about cramming in, as was said before, but it's important that we utilize that space to the maximum that we can, because that's the only way at the end of the day we will protect the countryside. But I do believe that it might be important for the developers to have a word with some of the people who are losing their life. Maybe there can be some kind of accommodation. I don't know. Just a suggestion, Chair. It does seem to me that is quite an imposition on people. That if you lose your life, it obviously affects your quality of life, and particularly if it's messing up your solar panels or whatever. So I do think that there needs to be. As for the children, playing, I take the point as well. But as someone's already pointed out, if you can get them away from their Xboxes, there are plenty of fields in that area, plenty of play area. I for years used to walk up and down there. It's a beautiful place to be. So I think overall, I would have to say that it is important that we start to build on brownfield sites, and no matter when we do that, unfortunately, we are always going to upset someone. But it's the fewer people we upset, perhaps the better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a lot to listen to this evening, a lot to digest, and a lot to weigh up. Some clear benefits, but also considerable impacts to existing residents, which must be balanced. As a committee member and a member of the council, I'm responsible for helping to ensure delivery of homes for the city. So I have to really consider not just how this impacts local residents in the local area, but the city as a whole. And I'd actually echo some of the comments that my colleagues have made about the design and the articulation. I actually think it's quite attractive, and I think it's a significant improvement when compared to the existing site. It obviously delivers a significant number of new homes for residents, affordable homes, improvements in biodiversity, and contributions to GP surgeries, amongst others. And of course, we always want more benefits offered to our city, but we can't have it all from just one application. The impact on existing residents has to be taken into consideration. The density and resulting loss of light to properties was my main concern coming into this, as well as the removal of the trees. And in an ideal world, I would have liked to see less density, although I know that this may have meant some other benefits might not have been included. But that said, I have to assess the application that's in front of me. And I actually have to disagree with some of the other members that I think the process conducted over several years by the applicant and officers who have worked so hard has resulted in a well-considered application. And I don't think further time for discussions would be beneficial in this instance. So weighing that all up, on balance, I am going to be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ketch.
I think this has been, we all agree, it's been an evening well spent, and it's the first time I think I've come to the planning committee and seen and agreed with every speaker that has talked. No one's put a foot wrong, and everyone said their piece and absolutely been on the mark. So then it just comes down to balance and where you sort of draw the line. I think what I would say is, as council members, it is our role to get the balance between maintaining standards and adhering to them, and then to delivering projects. Now, this is a very constrained site, and we just, as Molly just said, we have to look at that in in isolation. But it's a very constrained site with a lot of existing residences around it, and that gives us a juxtaposition between maintaining standards and delivering a project. This is, I think, such a well-designed project. I really feel, I feel I can sort of really visualize how this could deliver a great community. And it's just about this site. It's not about the bigger water lane. But I think for me, it just sits on the wrong side of balance, and so I'll be voting against on that basis. And it just comes down to that simple dynamic of, is the balance right or wrong? And I just apologise wholeheartedly, particularly to the officers, because I really get the sense of how far they've worked with us and seen in Bristol similar developments that are excellent, and feel we need part of that. I just feel for this very constrained site, it's just the wrong side of the mark, and that's why I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else wish to contribute? Councillor Sheridan.
I agree with everything that Councillor Jobson and Councillor Mitchell said, so I won't repeat all of that. But one thing I do want to come back to is the biodiversity, that as a council we champion green issues, and we talk about it often and we promote it. However, if those pictures are accurate that we saw, that isn't biodiversity. That's a human perspective of what we like to look at, making things look attractive, is green trees, is planters. That isn't actually anything to do with biodiversity. You won't get an insect going anywhere near that unless it's being blown in accidentally. It has to be mature trees, which all of these new trees, and I notice at the front it does say up to 26. The new trees, they're going to take decades to establish, and the trees that we have there now are not just any trees. They serve a huge purpose. As I say, the hawthorn is really fundamental to nature. It provides nectar, berries, and even the thorns provide protection. And these little lollipop trees, nothing can nest in them unless you group them together and put underplanting of substantial thorny bushes and things that don't necessarily look attractive. Nothing is going to live in it. So whilst these pictures may look attractive to us, it is actually nothing to do with what we claim that we want to do, which is to protect the environment, encourage nature. And if we're going to do that with any sincerity, we have to do it properly. And that's a child's version of biodiversity. And if this is to be approved, and if we're going to have more of these developments, please, can I just suggest that we do have areas where creatures and nature can thrive, and not just a kind of just saying it, just words, but actually put it into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I also want to recognise the hard work that the officers have taken in preparing this application and presenting it to us tonight. It is a difficult decision to make, and we have to balance up a lot of things here. Obviously, it's a brownfield site, which we must redevelop rather than using green fields to build houses. I was very concerned, as a lot of my councillor colleagues were, about the potential of flood risks, but looking at the conditions, I feel reassured. I still have huge concerns about the loss of lighting, the density and height of the builds in the application, and the impact these will have on the existing residents to the area. And that's really where I am at the minute. Really concerned about the loss of light and the density. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. If I can propose myself to speak now. This has obviously been a very, very well prepared presentation. The first thing that struck me when I looked at the document was 353 objections. So I started to look through them very carefully. Unfortunately, a huge number fell away as effectively being emotional and passionate and not really planning issues. But there are some that are very, very key. One of the first things that struck me was all the comments about massing. So we had our trip to Bristol, where we saw both good and bad, and how it can be achieved. And one of the key things that I saw there was when you have this 1-to-1 ratio, you have this wide expanse, that it really does balance the way in which the building looks from the ground looking up at it. The majority of this build is actually 4 stories high, as is the highest of the surrounding things there. It then effectively forms almost like a roof on the top there. And yes, there is a 6-story. As we went up and we looked through it, there's this thing. But I do feel that those visualizations should be trusted. That's the whole point. Those visualizations are there precisely in the same way as the balloons used to be. They are very carefully modelled, they're very precise, and I really do hope they're accurate. I think that this proposal does produce a near best use for the site. I mean, in the 1970s, I lived in purpose-built student accommodation. It was exactly 8.5 square metres. These are the co-living at 17 square metres, the smallest, 25 square metres, the majority, some 20. So I feel that this is a really good opportunity for somebody to start off renting themselves. This is obviously going to affect the residents. I mean, we are going to condition out the objections relating to noise during construction. We're going to condition out the issues with flooding, the trees. Again, we see these pictures, and so often, oh yes, that's just a little bit of Photoshop. I hope that the images that we see there, this presentation of a wide boulevard with different sorts of plantings, with a lot of green space, with not straight lines going down, but a meandering path, I hope that these are actually realised. Car park and the loss of car parking. I went to go and visit the site. I did my own personal site visit last Thursday. I arrived there at 11 o'clock and there were 8 cars parked in the retail car park. I went for a walk all the way around Terracina. I had a light lunch in a certain brewery that is adjacent. Wandered back again at 12:30 and there were 15 cars in that car park, of which 3 were just departing. So I don't think that the loss of that car park, when you've got the Haven Banks car park available, is going to be an issue. It's certainly not appropriate for this site to have something like a multi-use sports or games arena. We have got the Valley Park for families to walk and play together and go to. the whole point about this is balance. And Councillor Ketchin, I understand and appreciate your feeling that the balance is the wrong side. For me, it's just on the right side. I do feel that this will be a family-friendly development. I do feel that it has been designed as well as it could be, and I really like some aspects of the design, particularly the curvature and the use of different colours and different substances and all the rest of it. So on balance, I'm in favour of this proposal, and if other members don't finish with their contributions, Councillor Ketch.
Can't remember where we talk about if we want to agree any conditions or not. I just can't remember. I had one I wanted to raise about parking because I wasn't quite sure where it ended up, you know.
Can I just suggest you make your point about the parking? And
I would like to make a condition that the residents of this site do not have off-site residential parking available to them, so it keeps that equipoise, that balance for the community. I don't know if that's
in my opinion, when the highways officer spoke, he made it quite clear that no residents in there would be entitled to a permit off the site. Can I ask if that is the case, please? Yeah. Yeah, so we have that assurance already, Councillor Ketchin. Okay, you okay with that? Yeah. In that case, what I would like to do is to formally propose the recommendation for your consideration. That is that we delegate to the service lead to grant permission subject to completion of the legal agreement under section 106 and all of the conditions that you have before you. I would like to ask for a second. I see a seconder from Councillor Sebastian. I would now like to formally call a vote. Those in favour of this recommendation, can you please raise your hands? For those against, please raise your hands. I believe at 8-5 we don't have any abstentions then, the people have voted. At 8-5 the recommendation is passed. Thank you. We now move on to section item 6 on our agenda, which is the appeals report. Members, you have had the appeals list in front of you. You've had your opportunity to look at them. Can I ask if you have any questions of the director? Really? Can I please ask members of the public to have conversations outside and not inside? We're still in committee here. Thank you. Can I ask if anybody has any questions of the director relating to the appeals? In that case, I ask that we accept the report from the director. To those, have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Sebastian. Those in favour, please indicate. Unanimous. Thank you, Sharon. Item 7 on our agenda is the list of decisions made and withdrawn applications. Again, members, you have had that list, including all of the wards involved. Do you have any questions or queries relating to that list? No. In that case, I move that we accept that into the record. I have a seconder from Councillor Sebastian. And those in favour? Okay, we have a unanimous things there. The date of the next meeting, we will be moving into the new year. We will be on Monday, the 15th of January at 5:30 here. Yes, we're in December. There was to be a meeting on the 21st. But due to officer time issues, the December the 21st meeting has been moved to January the 15th. No, I thank you all for your attendance, and I specifically thank the officers for all the hard work done into the presentation, and I am very grateful to all members for the obvious care and attention that you have made to reading the report and coming in properly prepared. Thank you all very much indeed.